Peace, family. Peace, family. Poor City coming right black at y'all with this African history, culture, and greatness. Hope you guys are doing all right out there. What's going on? I hope everybody having a good week so far. Happy Monday. I am currently on both of my lives. right now. I'm on YouTube and I'm on TikTok. So shout out to everybody that has transitioned over to the YouTube and everybody that's still sitting over there in the TikTok streets. Y'all need to get off of that TikTok addiction and come on over here to the YouTube. I really appreciate each and every one of you guys on both sides though. Let me go ahead and get my man in there. We got Suit right now in the green room right now. Give me a minute. Right now, I'm closing out on my TikTok. I can't do both. All right, family. So if you haven't already, go ahead and make that transition over to YouTube. I gladly appreciate it. And if you haven't watched any of the videos so far, go ahead and watch some of those videos. Shout out to you, B for all. You want to come over there, you can hang for a hot minute if that's what's up. I'm about to shut down the TikTok though. Peace, peace, peace to everybody. Okay, what's up, family? Let me bring my homie in here in the green room. My bad, yo. What's going on, player?
What up?
What up?
I'm waiting to see if we got any takers, bro. I don't think they coming.
I mean, I don't know. People might come in. Link is. I dropped the link in there. Everybody cordial invited. Everybody, peace to everybody in the chat, man. We got 19 people in the room right now. We just chilling, y'all. It's ABO Mania right now, y'all. It's ABO Mania right now. Let me copy the link, because I did promise an invite to anybody want to come in here and discuss any of the topics that we talked about, especially David, about the whole currency thing. When we was living our best life. How about that, bro? Come on in here. It's all good. We don't bite in here. We might, though. Sharks. This is the Shark Tank, bro. Welcome to the Shark Tank.
Man, they ain't ready. They ain't about to fight.
I doubt if
they want to stay on YouTube. I mean, on TikTok and push. Almost said he was in the back room.
Huh?
No, we don't see you, Mo.
I don't see Mo up here yet. Mo trying to get in there. Peace to everybody in the chat. We got 20 strong people in the building right now. What's up, yo? Shout out to Lenny, Holly, Brittany, Lily as usual, Taylor as usual.
Nah, they never came over here to no YouTube, bro. Because over here we got to pull out the site.
Who never came? They never came?
Yeah, they don't come over here because
they don't. They know better than that.
We pull up the source and put it on the screen.
It's immediate
and
push.
We read exactly what the image is saying.
They know better. For those who tuning in on the YouTube, y'all, we got these TikTok jive turkeys, these pretendians, these internet Indians, you know what I'm saying? And they out here talking all types of, I can talk whatever the fuck I want over here. And you know, we saying come over here with your bullshit. Come on over here with your little money and stuff. Come over here with your little facts, your little evidence, or whatever y'all got, and show us, and let's see what's going on.
Yeah, somebody go get Kwame.
Yeah, please get him. Please do that. We've been waiting. He got his feelings hurt whenever Rob exposed his real name. And it happens, man. That shit happens, bro. Well, all we want to do is just come out here and talk about the evidence. No disrespect to you personally. I'm gonna keep it real. We got the pit bulls ready to unleash, but it ain't personal. The first initial push might hurt, but you can take it. I know y'all can.
Right.
You know.
I hope he can take it.
I don't know. They emotional and shit. They get on there and start crying. It's like the Young and Restless and shit over there. They get all emotional, get in the fight.
It hurt though when it first happened. When somebody first talked about it on TikTok, it hurt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, nobody think they're gonna get touched, yo. Shit. You think you can't get touched out here talking that crazy shit? You gonna get touched.
Oh, they be watching it. I know they be watching the replay. I'll be telling the homies that. I'll be like, yeah, they watch our replays.
They better.
There's no way we pushed out this information. Then all of a sudden they want us to come to their platform and start talking.
Ain't no way.
We destroyed the transatlantic slave trade was fake. We destroyed that. Then the next day on Brief for Reals Live, they want us to come over there and start talking. Come on now. And then Galloway reneged. He was like, "Oh, I know. I said the transatlantic."
But they all broke up. They're not in agreement with each other. That's the problem. Like
but he did say that shit. He said, "But I got new information." And he said, new information came in about 2 weeks. So I changed it. Then 2 days later, he was back on TikTok saying the transatlantic slave trade ain't happened.
Yeah, son.
Called cap. And then listen. Over here, we put the source on the screen, we read it. We don't do what Monty Moose did. We start reading some shit, and as soon as we get the error, I'm not gonna read that. We just gonna skip. No, we're gonna read it all. It might hurt.
It might hurt. The Africa out of that shit and put it to the side, is what he said. He said we're gonna cut the Africa part out and take it to the side.
Yeah, we might read some shit that it might hurt us, but we still gotta read it. They don't want to do that. Anything that goes against that movement, they start reading it and they stop. Like, oh shit, I shouldn't have read that. It hurts. Let's back up. I don't want to read this no more. Let's go to something else. Like, yo, bro, we can't do that. Golly about the only one that's gonna come up here.
Yeah, Golly, you're more than welcome to come, man. It ain't non-personal. It's information. I think he wanted to come on the TikTok live. I think he probably had something to say.
He's just gonna start talking. We got real information. Okay, pull it up on the screen. This is the Summer Jam screen over here. Ain't no cap.
You first got to talk about what we already talked about, and then talk about what we talked about.
You out there saying you got information now?
Yeah, he said that. He said that earlier today. What's his name? Makula was on their live. He's like, we pushing out real information over here. And then he thought somebody disrespected his girl. He was like, you disrespected my woman on my live? I was like, oh shit, who did that, bro? He was about to go in.
You about to check somebody's ass, y'all.
I had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, nothing.
That information though.
Right?
Yeah, I'm all man. Information. I ain't personal. It's information. That's the beauty about it. So you should want to be able to come over here. Like, you know what? At least they about it. They talk a lot of shit, but at least they're about the information and the truth. And that's exactly what y'all gonna get from us.
Yeah, I'm pushing shit in.
Yeah, that too,
all week.
It's a marathon.
I'm pushing shit. If they come over, I'm pushing their shit in.
Oh, that's gonna happen.
I get regardless. I get to do the push-ups.
I'm just saying,
this is a workout. Look, when we come to YouTube, it's the workout. This is what it is.
Yeah,
we be working out. This is the gym. This is the intellectual
get
gym.
Stretched out.
When we come over here, it's over with. It's a wrap. They can't handle it.
Check the videos out.
They be cramping up in shit season. Oh shit, I didn't stretch before I went to the gym. Nah, nigga, you gotta stretch.
Check our videos
stretch
out.
Your brain.
Check out
drink some water.
We about to be on volume 6, family. 6. And these are like what 10-hour videos at times. We don't mean to do that.
It look and it we don't it don't look like it's that long. When we doing it live, like okay, we're gonna get over a couple of hours. That shit turning
be
all
like,
day.
I'm like, damn.
Look, one person.
I gotta drink some water after that shit.
Right?
Right? Cotton
like,
mouth.
3 hours. I
like
was
you've been
talking for
eating
3
peanut
hours.
butter.
Shit.
Well, I get up this
Time stop, yo. Interstellar type shit, nigga.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah, man. So everybody who made it over here, man, welcome, yo. And we still on it, man. I got a lot of shit, man. To put out too. I got some books that's coming. Pertaining some certain events and shit like that. We got some good jewels that we're gonna drop. It should be fun, man. I want to try to talk about a little bit of New Orleans history and shit too. It's funny that B Farrell was looking, but she invited. I got some history out there, girl. I don't see how y'all denying that shit, because there's a lot of enslavement history out in there in New Orleans. Peace, man. Welcome, Vant. If y'all haven't followed Vant or anybody in these squares, y'all need to do so right now. Go ahead and do that. And hit the like button, man. If there's 26 people in here, I need to see 26 likes. I would appreciate it. That's what get the algorithm going, so you can see me and these fellas every time on your timeline or whatever you want to call it, right? So go ahead and give everybody a big like on here. We appreciate it. A like and a follow. And a subscription, you know, that'll be great. But yeah, y'all, we on volume 6, man. They don't got nothing for us, yo. I realized that in volume 2.
I realized that before we even did volume 1.
No, but it really resonated though. You hear what I'm saying? That shit hit hard when they dropped though. It was like, bam. Because I was expecting, okay, they gonna come back. And no, I mean, hear shit.
Bro, when we did that shit, we was doing the slave trade and we brought up the sketch, that one, I was like, dude, this is damaging. They couldn't come back from that. And then the next day they wanted us to go to Be For Real's live to talk
about some shit we didn't say. They didn't even address the issue. That ship is what fucked you up. Them records is what fucked you up. Them 4 books that were your books, and y'all thought that shit was hilarious. It was people in the comments thinking that we were using our own books.
Like, no, that's their shit.
That's your book.
And like, I'm gonna keep it real. Like, we buy this shit. We like, I got their books. I got a couple of them. So it's not like we be bullshitting. It's like, okay, I'll look into your book. We'll look at it, and then we look in it, and it's Africa, 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 Africa. Every time. Y'all cannot get away from Africa to save y'all life. Y'all deny it so much. You turn your back on it. You try to push away from it, but it's in your DNA.
Oh, my shit was off. And look, I got another book right here too that don't exist.
Oh yeah,
right?
This book right here. They said this shit don't even exist. This book is fake, man. Right?
Yo,
that thick ass book.
This book don't exist.
Oh man.
So y'all check y'all emails and get y'all tracking numbers, because this is the book. I just wrote this in 4 days.
Shout out to my man who
it was fake. It didn't exist. It was a whole big scam. All of that shit is fake. It's a fake book. There's no words in it. It's just an empty book. I'm assuming
it's empty.
Ain't shit.
No literature in it. You got to put it in there yourself. You got to put the information in there yourself.
But yeah, now we're starting to get into these books though. Chained to the Land. These are narratives, slave narratives. No, the book I got before is a little thicker than this because they edited what the people said.
Oh shit!
Because it was like, when I was young, I was field working, I was, and it didn't make sense. But
we got an echo.
Is it me?
That's probably me. I'm gonna go on mute. My bad. My shit's always echoing out. Everybody go on mute, I guess.
All right, go ahead, Mo.
Then we got this right here, catalog of shipwreck books. These people weren't just moving people, man. There's other ways to find out what was going on them ships, because they were also pushing books. They had books they were pushing. They had linguists and shit with them, translators. Look at this. The Failed Promise. This one, I didn't even touch this book at all. But I'm going into this one though. American slavery, American freedom. All of this stuff is fake, y'all. And who was that did something about the
damn, man, you got a nice little selection of books.
Didn't somebody do something about the agents? I got that book somewhere too. Hold on, I gotta make sure my background. I didn't put shit up. I was probably looking at medicinals and everything back there. But anyway, yeah, somebody who did that was showing the agent. I think that was you, Port. You or Rob did a video with showing the agents how they like went undercover to get shit done for our freedom.
Oh yeah,
some of the first agents over here.
Yeah.
Yep, I got a whole book on that when they say Harriet Tubman is fake.
Like Adam was talking about is in there. Abraham Galloway and all of them.
Yep.
Yeah. Matter of fact, man, I think I might try to I might do something on him too this weekend. Abraham Galloway and because that dude was a badass dude. Abraham Galloway. If y'all haven't heard of Abraham Galloway, y'all have been cheated out on your history lessons. So I got a book coming actually for it because I didn't have the book. I thought I had the book, but I didn't. Because I was like, I thought I had the book. So I'm looking, I ain't finding shit. I'm like, damn,
yeah, I just ordered that book.
Get it.
The catalog of the slave ships. I just ordered that shit.
That book right there that he had?
Yeah.
Y'all motherfuckers ain't tell me about that book.
I didn't even know I had it. I got that book because I was looking for anything that it didn't even have to do with slavery. I got that one from trying to look for anywhere where people are talking about books that may have been destroyed. And then I end up running into that. So I was like, oh shoot, there might be some stuff about slavery in here as well.
Big facts.
Yeah, we washing this shit out of them, bro. I'm keeping it 100.
Keep it a buck.
This information. That's why they don't look. They was in. Y'all saw. They was in the TikTok, and we told them to come over here, and they ain't pulled up.
Ain't nobody show up. They don't want to, man. They don't want that work.
Oh, check this.
That work. What's the name of that one?
Reading the Man, Robert E. Lee. A portrait of Robert E. Lee through what?
Homie.
His private letters.
Yeah, they say he was black.
Dang.
Real shit.
Right. No, I know. I heard that. No, I heard it. I'm laughing because I heard that shit before. They say everybody was, man. They are blackwashing this whole shit.
American college.
Damn, that's what's up, bro. You are killing it.
And I got their favorite food on there.
Corn. Some damn way on there.
Corn on there, but that ain't you.
Who is
you? Ain't the part for the corn.
Click this where she says Baba Lloyd. Put it on the screen. I don't know who Baba Lloyd is. Who's that?
That book comes down. What Professor Baba Lloyd was talking about a book that cost $300, talking about tasks, etc. Didn't catch that. I don't know.
That's a sketch. That's up an African American.
Team Africa.
Right. We put in work. Like y'all not the slavery part is sensitive, but there's more to the story. Like we were fighting, we helped other people with their freedom. Oh shoot. I know what that is. That blue one.
Oh, that's the privateers joint. Yeah. This right here. This book right here.
Put the link in the chat.
This book right here.
Somebody trying to come up. They said it's not working.
All right, who that?
Hold on, let me find.
Hey, first of all, you got to show your face on here.
That's what it's one of us.
Okay, it's one of us. I'm about to say because I don't want no porn bombing and shit like that, yo. Y'all motherfuckers out here like to do freaky ass shit, and I ain't about it. Yo, y'all hearing? Do y'all hear that? That alarm? I'm in my fucking garage studio. Link is in the chat.
I wanted the shed up. My wife said the internet ain't gonna reach all the way to the shed, so you gotta do it in the room.
Yeah, you gotta have a little spot where you can chill at. This is pretty safe for me, and I can have my books lined up. Yeah, we bought the information. So, if anybody that's out here looking in, I don't know. There's 16 likes, and there's what 24 people in here. So y'all gotta like the video. What's y'all don't like this? Y'all don't like what y'all see? Like it up. Like it up.
Right.
Because y'all agents. Y'all are agents. The people that's not liking are agents. No, seriously, but thank you. But nah, man, we got books. We are ready, yo. Like, oh my God, I got this junk right here. I got the Encyclopedia of the Middle Passage, I believe that's what that says. The Invisible War. Indian conquistadors. I ain't really getting into that like I wanted
Oh
to.
shit.
You know what I'm saying?
The plethora.
Florida's Negro War. So yeah, we good over here. I just don't understand how you guys saying we a whole Indian. And
yeah, that shit don't fly with us, bro.
No. Nah, man. No.
You see, they don't take their shots like they used to. They used to when we used to pop up to they shit. Like, oh no, we coming over here. I said my name, we coming. Don't do that shit no more. They keep it in the realm of the Pan African.
I do a verbal drive-by on their ass sometimes. They don't like that shit.
When we talk, we say their names. I don't do that inconspicuous diss. No. I'm saying your name, come on over.
And then they like, if they can't discredit none of your shit or debunk none of your shit, they just get to just straight up want to just ban your shit or get your shit violated.
Yeah, Black First said that shit. He said there's a female going around saying that she gonna have everybody, all of them, report our TikTok pages.
That's the most childish shit in the world.
I was like, what?
That is the most childish shit.
Is it? Come on, man. We all got banned in the same week.
Imagine that.
I was like, yeah.
After volume 5 now, they had enough of that shit.
We gotta get them.
Yeah, I was getting into that Dr. Clyde one.
Kenya, you late. That's not new.
Breaking that.
Yeah, late. He live. What's his name? Saint. Yajuju the Saint. He live talking about that shit now. That ain't new though. That's all.
Y'all go follow the real Messiah, man.
Yeah.
Stop playing with them lames, and he gonna teach you the truth about that Bible.
Something going on.
Ain't nobody coming to save you. You gotta save your damn self.
Vance, are you in the car?
Huh?
Vance always on some other shit.
I hear rap.
I'm in the what?
Are you in the car?
Nah. My wife playing some music.
She playing some of that gangster shit too.
Right?
She playing that old Kanye. Hold on real quick.
Peace to the chat.
Bro?
Everybody, if y'all haven't subscribed to the channel, y'all need to go here because that's where you're gonna find me and the fellas chilling at mostly because y'all like to hate us on TikTok. We can't even have a civil discussion about history, especially about African history, without y'all reporting shit or whatever y'all like to do.
Yeah, they don't like Africa, bro.
Yeah, I'm comfortable over here now.
Hey, yo, some of these slave narratives got they got raps in the jump. They got little raps they wrote that they get in front of. Like, you better watch how you talk on the cross. Your foot might slip and your soul might get lost. You better watch how you talk about Jesus. You better watch how you talk about the cross. They got like hooks and verses and everything.
Bars,
like, you know, those your people.
Yeah,
you know that's them.
It's that soul, man. So yeah, that's crazy, yo. I got some nice jewels I'm gonna bring up in the joint too, man. I gotta write my shit down. I got my book.
No, bro, that shit you showed at that pottery, that's a dagger.
Oh, y'all gotta check.
I did not know you knew about that shit, bro.
Yeah, nigga.
I was like, wait,
yeah, nigga. I found out.
That shit got me
just like you found out.
I found out from what's his name, True Storian.
Oh, Truth said that too?
Yeah, a couple years ago.
And yo,
I was like, wait, because I wasn't accepting it. I was like, nah, man, this got to be like some modern day pottery. No.
Yo, I looked down for a second, look back up. Doom, doom, doom. I
Oh.
said, yo, what?
Guess what? Yo, I saw a video. Matter of fact, man, I meant to cue this shit. I saved it. Let me see if I can find it.
And let me say this too, because
God.
we always got to make this clear. It's not really about the orientation of these people's personal fetishes or desires or whatever. It's the fact that it's like a triple dagger, right? You could use it for whatever you want, your own personal beliefs about what you shouldn't be doing, what's natural. Then you have the way of life of people. That's their culture, and you're claiming that. And they're here before the colonizers come, right? So what? How you gonna throw it away? Say it's not me because you don't like it? Like that's why you're stuck. You said nobody else was here but you. So who are you gonna say that is?
I got these motherfuckers on TikTok. Let me see. It's Aboriginal. Somebody posted this shit, and I found the video, and I forgot I had the video because I was gonna tie in how they be trying to mess your minds over with the shit. Let me see. Oh man, let me find this shit. Hang on. Oh, come on, yo. Give me a minute, y'all. Okay. This shit's gonna come. Yeah. All right, wait. Give me a minute, fam.
Let me find this other photo. Oh yeah, Josephus is talking about Africa. Like y'all need to stop. It's Africa and Josephus works.
Oh man, this is bad. This is damaging.
The Plato talked about Africa, so it's this shit is just strange, man. They just make up shit.
All right, now
saying that they got their stuff from America.
Yo, this
Man, what the fuck you getting into, man?
No, it's the same shit though. It's the same shit because we already know about the ceramics. We already know about the pottery. We know. But we're gonna remind everybody. But this is the shit that's floating around on TikTok though. And I'm like, I know these motherfuckers aren't trying to float this shit around. Allow me to share my motherfucking screen.
Let's go.
Can y'all see all of that craziness?
Mm-hmm.
You see this, right? Can y'all hear?
You did not.
Yeah. Oh God. Now this is what they're using to push on us on TikTok.
Hold on, wait. So this where it says "Remember who you are." That's what you're showing us, right?
Yeah, I'm showing you a random post.
Yeah, because you got a couple of screens up, so I don't know which one you.
Oh shit! My bad.
Yeah, just blow that one up. Blow the
Okay, all my bad. Is that better?
Now, what you about to show us is this, right? Because you already showed us this, right? When you pulled up.
I've already showed y'all this.
Yeah.
Now,
go ahead.
Okay, now for those who have followed us up into volume 5 or 6, y'all already know what this is. You should know this is the Moche people. You should know the history behind Peru. You should know what happened when the Spaniards arrived there and everything. If you've been following us, you should be caught up. And I will remind y'all again, whoever is new to this shit. But this particular video is a video that was put together by somebody on TikTok. It was a random video, and it tries to associate us with these people. And I was like, ain't that a bitch? Look at the video. Then this video says by the Aboriginal American, and listen to this shit. I was like, they're really trying to press this shit. Look at how they try to do mind games with you just by lookership. Look at the nose, look at the lips, but you have no clue about the culture. Everybody ready? Y'all ready?
Yep.
Here we go. I'm gonna play the video.
You did not come from Africa. You are Aboriginal to the Americas. And I'm not going to deny that Africans came here, because they did, on both slave ships and colonizer ships. And some of those Africans did mix with us. But those Africans were absorbed into our genetic pool, not the other way around. The Africans that we mixed with are now American Indian. Does this mean we look the way we do because of our African blood? No. We have brown skin, woolly hair, and full features because we are Aboriginal. We come from the original bloodline of humanity, same as the Africans. And when two people from the original bloodline mix, all it means is they're creating more Aboriginal people. We should stray away from the Eurocentric white supremacist ideals of racial mixing, because that does not apply to when two original people mix to create another original person. That is not the same as mixing with someone of Caucasoid origin. This figure of a head that you're looking at comes from the Mochi culture, a powerful, beautiful, ancient American culture.
Now, y'all hear that, right?
Yeah.
This is us, according to what they're trying to tell you on TikTok. This is the Moche code. They got the culture right. And they just take this artifact and they just run. Y'all heard all of this bullshit they were saying up to this point now. I'm gonna finish out the video.
I want you to just look at the face. Look at the features. Look familiar? The ancient Americans are still here. The ancient Americans still roam the great lands. And the ancient American is not going anywhere.
Yo, are they reaching or not?
Y'all going for this shit?
Y'all are going for this right here, y'all. Y'all gonna have to take this L. Y'all about to get right quick. Y'all are about to take this L. Y'all about to get right quick. Now let's look at what's really going on in Peru. Can y'all see my screen? Are we back?
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me? Okay, good. All right, so yeah, this is the Moch culture right here. That's who I'm gonna do it again for those in the back who don't know. This is the Moche culture. This is what they were about when the Spanish arrived over there. They don't show you these damn images, do they? This is man-on-man activity that you're seeing, family. Complete man-on-man activity that you're seeing, family. This is us. Y'all heard the video.
Those are the original people.
Those are the original people. Now, who you gonna believe? Them or us? We're telling you these are not us. We're telling y'all, we've been telling y'all, this ain't our people. This ain't us, y'all. Look at that. That's another man around another man. And then we go down and look at that. That's us too. This is the Moch culture.
Is that us? Godly, you can answer the question too.
Can somebody please?
It ain't got to be a debate. Just explain to us what's going on.
We need answers, y'all. We need to know what was going on over here in y'all world that y'all said it was over here. Now let's read what this says right here from the top. Now the Moche culture is from Peru. Now this right here says homosexuality in pre-colonial or pre-Columbian Peru. Now when we're not picking on anybody that's homosexual, whatever, if that's your lifestyle, hey, that's you. But we're just trying to address who we are as a people and whether or not this is us. As you know, us present day African Americans, is this us? Okay, so according to this, it says some evidence of homosexual behavior in pre-Columbian Peru has survived since the Spanish conquest of Peru. It says in the form of erotic ceramics. Such pottery originated from several ancient civilizations of Peru, and it says the most famous of these are the Moche. And that's what we talked about. That video that y'all just watched are saying that we were doing this shit, right? It says the arrival of the Spanish banning homosexuality. Okay, so this is around the 1500s, right? It says once the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, they were astonished at the sexual practices of the natives. Right? It says Visori Francisco del Toledo, look him up. He was the priest. He was aghast at the discovery that homosexuality was accepted and that the indigenous population also did not prohibit premarital sex or hold female chastity to be of any particular importance, right? Now, like I said, if that's what you subscribe to, ain't nothing against that. I'm just saying what happened when they got there and what they saw. Everybody's saying this is us. They saying we from the Americas. This is what was going on over there. So are you really sure you want to connect yourself with this culture or the West African culture, right? It further reads that Toledo, right, ordered the natives and evangelize, if I always mess that name up, and those cohabiting outside the church sanctuary wedlock will receive 100 lashes. That's what you would get, 100 lashes with the whip, to persuade these Indians to remove themselves from this custom so detrimental and promiscuous, right? It says Toledo also issued several decrees aimed at creating near total segregation of the sexes in public. Violations were punishable by 100 lashes and 2 years service in Pestilential State Hospital under Inquisition. It says brought to Peru in 1569. It says homosexuals could be burnt at the stake. We're going to read a little bit further about these ceramics. So these are all the artifacts that were dug up around that time. Y'all saying y'all was here first. Okay, well, this is the stuff that was here first. It says over a span of 800 years, pre-Columbian Central, what they say, Andine cultures, especially the Moche, because those are the people we talking about, right? At least tens of thousands of ceramics. A few such ceramics show skeletons undoubtedly engaged in homosexuality, right? It says 4 depicted gay male anal intercourse. I'm not going to read no more. I feel like I'm too much in this, but this is what they talking about when the Spanish arrived. This is what y'all trying to say we are. This goes right
and was
back.
Backs out.
Right. So this is how y'all trying to portray us black folks over here. Look at this shit. Let's start over. Now that y'all know who these people really are, let's play the video again.
You did not come from Africa.
Now, what the fuck are they trying to say?
That is tough.
You did not come from Africa, but you was over here in Peru in the 1500s getting it on. Right? This is some weird psychology type shit.
And then who is she talking to?
That's what I'm saying.
Crazy. Like, who are you talking to?
Like, who are you really having this?
Are not from Africa.
Sound like it's a brainwashing
ain't it? Because that you can't talk to nobody like that these days. That's a conversation you have. You got to talk to somebody. Where you from? You just gonna come out and go, yeah, you not from Africa. So that everybody that think they from Africa is gonna get triggered from it. That's cult activity.
That's totally
cult activity. Do you know who this person is talking?
I don't know who the voice is, but I know who posted it. It's just the audio of that. Dang. I don't know where they got it from or anything. It just, to me, it felt really kind of like a hypnotizing type of thing. Like I was trying, like, are you trying to convince me that I'm not African? Like, I know who the fuck I am, bro. Why would this come on? This is coming on everybody's time, on everybody's For You page. Shit like this. The first thing they said was, you are not African.
You did not
come from Africa. What kind of shit is that? What the fuck you mean? Where the fuck we come from? So we come from this? Is that what they're trying to imply? So I'm confused. I'm gonna play the rest of the shit.
You are aboriginal to the Americas. And I'm not going to deny that Africans came here, because they did, on both slave ships and colonizer ships. And some of those Africans did mix with us. But those Africans were absorbed into our genetic pool, not the other way around. The Africans that we mixed with are now American Indian. Does this mean we look the way we do because of our African blood? No. We have brown skin, woolly hair, and full features because we are Aboriginal. We come from the original bloodline of humanity, same as the Africans. And when two people from the original mix, all it means is they're creating more Aboriginal people. we should stray away from the Eurocentric white supremacist ideals of racial mixing, because that does not apply to when two original people mix to create another original person. That is not the same as mixing with someone of Caucasoid origin. This figure of a head that you're looking at comes from the Mochi culture, a powerful, beautiful, ancient American culture. I want you to just look at the face. Look at the features.
We looking.
Yeah.
Look familiar?
Look familiar? See how they try to trick you?
Nope.
See how they got you? In like a minute and 30 seconds, they got your ass.
And
Hook.
look, just to be, fair, she's right. But that's depending on who you're talking to. If a person was absorbed into somebody's tribe or whatever, you'll be able to point that out. That would be easy to see. You see what I'm saying? In my family, I see them go. They're with a Native American at some point. Then they're back. They're mostly messing with black people or Africans, straight African too, not just people who mixed.
Why didn't you look? Why didn't you use this video when they were saying that shit? You are not from Africa.
Hey, you know what? Because they're gonna snipe you.
Because you gotta go do your own research on that.
Yeah, YouTube snippet.
As soon as they show that shit, you gotta go find out who those people are.
You are
not
people
from Africa.
Every single image they got make like a 15-second.
Look at this shit.
YouTube short using all these images.
But hey, isn't this what the Greeks and Romans were doing in BC times?
Yep.
Teaming up together, saying that they were the original people, and then kicking us out of being the original people. It's the same shit.
You're
doing the same thing. The Caucasoid is not the original person. We are. Like, we don't need to do that type of mind fuckery. We just let history speak for itself. We ain't got to do all
at this image. You are not from Africa.
What Vanta say? The Blowbackians. The Blowbackian tribe.
Right. So yeah, fam. Real talk, yo. Y'all gotta cut that out, man. We trying to save y'all. We trying to save y'all.
The Assupian tribe.
You are not from Africa. You are part of the.
Don't save them. They don't
want to be saved. If y'all want to be that, that's cool. And shout out to the Moche culture though, for real. If that's y'all, that's you. There's no disrespect to what that that's y'all. Y'all hear that? But we trying to stop other people from stealing y'all shit. That's what we doing.
Yeah, that man, he's still talking about that money.
We're trying to stop people from stealing that shit. Y'all don't. You know what I mean? No.
This is what I don't get, bro.
Shout out to Peru.
We the niggas on the block that get you your bike back.
Yeah, right? We got you, dog. You can have
that.
The
real pushers.
We gonna bring your ceramics right back to you because they took that shit from y'all.
They the real big pushers.
This is my thing with what's his name? Kwame. If Kwame keeps teaching people about this money, he keep telling poor he don't need to teach. Why don't he just pull up to the fucking YouTube?
Let's go.
Why is it that he won't pull up to the YouTube? He spends all day on TikTok because I guess the nigga don't work. It look like he's been with mama and he don't do shit for a fucking living. It'd be different if he had his own business, but the nigga don't do shit. So he's just sitting at home on mama's couch. You got this time to come to the YouTube. Nigga, come to the YouTube. Teleport on the YouTube channel. He shouldn't be allowed to teach. Pull the information up, let's pull the image up and let's see what the fuck it say.
Pull up.
Yeah, matter of fact,
he ain't gonna do that shit because we all know that they got an agenda to push the narrative. And when we go look up where the image come from, the website is the image of the money. It's not gonna support the shit that's coming out of that nigga's mouth.
The link is in the chat.
Link in the chat, y'all.
So y'all send him to YouTube or go because he's live now. Go into the TikTok that he's on. Tell him to bring his.
Let's go. I just want to talk about the money. That's it. That's it.
As soon as he come, I'm just gonna put myself on mute. I ain't gonna say nothing negative to him unless he says something negative to me. Then I'm gonna crucify him with this Bible. But they scared. All of them scared. The moment we hop off, listen. When we on TikTok, they don't show up. They be on TikTok too. I'm like, hey, look, y'all, I'm gonna drop, and then I'm gonna go co-host, see if they want to co-host, so we can do that. They don't do that shit. They show up in the chat. They don't never hop in the box. When we show up to that shit, one of us is hopping in the box. A lot of us don't stay in the comment section.
If we ain't busy, they send an invite. We pull up.
Yeah. We'll do
They
a
can't
fucking
fuck with our shit.
elastic drive-by in a heartbeat.
Hey,
I
now
want
you
all
listen
the
to Galloway,
smoke, bro. I
found
got
that
all
shit
that
out.
DNA shit. I'm about to put an end to all that shit. It's about to be dead.
That man looked up
D.
to YouTube and said, "You be teaching over there, Sutin?" Yeah, nigga, I was teaching on my YouTube because it's all that shit from TikTok.
Yeah, we teach, yo.
And they must have been watching our shit. Like, damn, I don't think I can fuck with Mo and Sutin on this biblical shit.
Teach.
It's like, fuck.
Everybody
can't fuck
got
with us on that indigenous shit neither, nigga. Let's go.
everybody got some scholastic shit.
Y'all don't want to see that.
Yeah, we all teachers, man. Vant teach DNA. You know what I mean?
Listen,
All
this
day,
is how
every day.
this is how bad it is with Vanna, right? Soon as his name pop up, you be watching it, you know, because everybody would go live on TikTok and be like, such and such is joined. The moment they see Vanta's name, they block him. Am I lying, Vanna?
As soon as he get in there.
Nah, bro. Because I
You be
was
like,
trying
yo,
to
you
say
see that
stuff when
Vanta?
they was
Vanta
the day
be-
before, then they
Hey.
blocked me.
You know how you don't watch the fight, but if you're doing something, you start looking at the updates.
They
Like
don't
somebody
fuck with us
posting an
like that,
update.
man.
Y'all ever look at the updates of the game, like in text? form?
Yeah.
That's what Vanta got to do because he blocked. We got to tell him what's going on.
Yeah, is he delayed?
Can't see it.
Yeah, they sure did. They got me up out of there quick. But it's all right, because that one dude, I'm going to hop up on this live too, because they was capping all on that.
Who, Joshua?
Ah, yeah, they was capping all on his page. It was just nothing but cap.
The overnight.
We let him do it.
Well, I mean, he
Indian.
fell into they got him, yo. They got him. They got him, dog. They got
But
him.
this is how they got him.
They got him.
They was messaging him. When he wasn't live, they were messaging him, sending him their numbers. He was talking to him back and shit. So he fell for the Kool-Aid. He drunk the shit out
He
of
drunk
that.
it.
His
Just
grandma
Matter of fact, let me
indigenous too.
rephrase that. He made the Kool-Aid for them.
The
He made the
picture.
Kool-Aid for
He
them.
got the
They ran out of
picture.
Kool-Aid. He was like, I'm gonna make this batch, y'all.
Like, I got the picture. I'ma just pour it. I'm pouring this shit for y'all. Y'all just keep
Because
going.
I was
Come
like,
on
look, if y'all go back to the YouTube, because I was like, he won't let me in.
Look
It
at
was
this shit.
20, it was like 22 to 24 people, and I put my request in. It got all the way down to 8, and he ain't let me in. Some of them people they dropped, then he brought them back like 5-10 minutes later. Like, yo, bro, you see me. So I was like, they must have said something to this man because he won't let me in.
You know.
They got him. They got him in. They got him in.
Yeah, they got him. I realized that before all of that happened, man. He just kind of got more. He got sucked into the Kool-Aid mix, and it's sweet. It's a
He
sweet.
found out he was
had one of them
Aboriginal
do
too.
his
Y'all missed that?
genealogy.
Yeah,
They
that's why I said he the
fucked it up.
overnight Indian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Overnight Indian. They did his
I meant
genealogy
you
in the
said
back.
that.
Yeah, they took him to Discord, did his genealogy.
Wow.
Yeah,
He had
came
got
back
his
and said, "Guys,
he had got his TV do his genealogy because she's doing all their genealogies and shit. She fucking ain't shit up. And they believe the shit because she's just matching fucking ancestors when it come to their shit.
Lost them to the indigenous
playing
streets.
Told
tic-tac-toe.
them that these two people ain't the same people. And it's like, oh, because it's a 3-year difference. They didn't update the census yet. No, nigga, they got different parents. They got different fucking relatives. They not the same fucking person. And matter of fact, one of them was from fucking Russia.
Wow.
And this was just missing all that shit. Like, y'all fucking slow.
Wow.
Like, they're like, you got two Michael Jordans. One of the Michael Jordans own the prisons. The other, and he white. The other Michael Jordan owned a fucking basketball team, and he owns shoes. They not the same people. But since they got the same name, hey, it's Michael Jordan. Oh, how fucking slow can you be?
They don't want to
Man,
come
I got
over here,
this
yo.
freaking video that's gonna explain all that too, the slave schedules and all that I'm gonna post. I was gonna post it earlier, but yeah, I was researching all that. I got all the stuff on adaptation, gene flow. I got proof of all that for the Out of Africa for anybody who wants to smoke. I got the stuff for proving DNA is accurate. Yeah,
We got the receipts, y'all.
I got yeah. Thanks to bro. Thanks to Rob, I got Yahweh's little Little freaking stuff he been using.
Speaking of Rob, shout out to Rob, everybody. Mr. Robinson, he applied pressure. Yo, Rob applied pressure.
What's going
Peace,
on?
man. You have a good workout, friend.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Peace.
Push my headset real quick.
Shout out to Rob in the house.
Look.
And the Heezy for Sheezy.
All right, y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good. You good. You good.
Yeah, I'm working on something right now. I already got enough to bulldoze someone, but I'm trying to get enough to just completely bury him. It's gonna be nasty. Watch.
Y'all thought the DNA was bad.
I can't wait for that shit. When Vanta pulled his DNA shit out. Ooh. Yeah, but hey, hold on, Vanta. You can't do that shit early in the morning, bro, because we still be asleep. Hold up. I woke up.
Saturday?
I got my truck and I was about to drive off and it was like Vanta's live. I was like, yo,
Vanta be up early.
This is too early. It's like 6:30. He live.
Right, yeah.
Trying to touch bases with everybody. When I came.
Oh, hey, did y'all see what I sent y'all?
When did you send it?
In the chat?
The video. So one lady, she duetted one of my videos, and I guess she didn't understand that I was the one writing, not talking. When they were talking about Pocahontas' dad, they think he's black because they had a cigar statue.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't realize I'm from Virginia. That's like right down the road from me. And I might even go, you know what?
In that tobacco shop?
Right down.
Yeah, so actually I'll probably be going home in a few months. I'll probably go up in there and live stream while I'm in there to just chill.
That'd be dope. That'd be dope. What part of VA?
Chesterfield, right outside of Richmond.
Oh, that's what's up, bro. Yeah, do that.
So I might because I got to go get my storage. So while I'm there, I might go up in there, live stream it, and then actually read the plaque. Because the person was talking all this stuff, but I was like, man, he ain't even reading the description on the damn thing. It's like, how in the world is this going on? So I even showed
hey, where you send the video?
Huh? In the chat or in the text.
Oh, okay.
Vanta is banned. He gotta wait till his ban is over with.
Yeah, we all got out of I just got out of TikTok jail today, y'all. We all been banned. They hit us hard, yo.
I got lifted. They let me off my parole.
But guess
yesterday,
the Empire will strike back, and they ain't gonna like the way we strike back.
Oh no!
Oh, but no. What I was saying is, remember when I was telling you about the mix matching different records and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
So what it is they done convince people that whenever they hit a roadblock, like when they get back to like the 1800, like 1880, 1870, and they can't go any further, instead of looking at slave schedules, they're telling people to look at Indian records. They're like, oh, I just went back to 1870. I can't find anybody because the 1860 is the slave schedule and there's no names on it. So instead of looking at plantations, they go straight to the Indian records. Just like this one genealogy I'm looking at right now, his whole family is literally on a plantation, like on it.
But it never happened. It happened in reverse, Rob. What are you talking about?
You said they own it or they on it?
No, they on the plantation, working on the plantation.
They own that motherfucker. They got the flak shirt on, man. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, look, the whole location. And what makes it so bad is when we were talking about the breeding camps in Virginia, they was born in Virginia and then they ended up in Mississippi.
Virginia was notorious for that shit. You had the Confederacy of like the state, the capital of Confederacy was in damn Virginia, Danville. My mama from there.
I believe so.
My mama from that shit, yo.
But that's all right. So I'm gonna bust that genealogy wide open. Like I said, I already got enough to just go ahead and bury them. So now I'm waiting on one more thing.
Share anything right now at all? We don't have.
Yeah, I could drop some. I'm just, you know what I'm doing right now. But yeah, I could drop some when I get
like
back.
a little. Because I actually probably.
No, I want them to drop in the chat so they can come up.
Yeah, come on up here now. We'll wait. We're gonna say that energy. But come
Dang,
on up here. You guys are cordially invited. We got 28 in the room. Everybody need to like the video. The people that don't like, y'all gotta be agents, but y'all gotta be the ones we talking about.
They on the same
Is
thing.
Ken
We're not
up in here?
African. We're indigenous.
Shout out to everybody that stopped by.
Hey, is Kenya down there?
She was. I don't know if she's still watching.
She went to go. She making calls because that was St. James is destroying Yaju Judah on TikTok Club right now. So she calling people, trying to see what's going on with that. But I already know about that shit.
What's that?
Yaju
Our
Judah,
prophecy fulfilled. We prophesized that shit.
right? Months
The
ago.
Messiah is losing all his saints and is tearing up from the inside out because it's a cult.
Hey, it's
Cults
big
always
business
fall
in
apart,
that shit.
and their cult leaders fight each other. Somebody want that spot, they get jealous and they come for you, and all you're doing is making up shit. So it's easy for the people under you to take your spot because they just need to make up something better. They just write a better story.
Yeah, it's big business in that shit. Them niggas be waking up to niggas just giving them money. Like, yo, look, if I could go back a couple years, I should be like, damn, nigga, I need to be a Messiah. Do you just wake up and niggas just send you money? They be sending this man money, like the Messiah. It's not just him, but they be sending the money in the mail, on Cash App. I'm like, what really? I should have been a Messiah. If I would have known, all you got to do was just say a couple of scriptures in the book, say you a Messiah, and you get people will follow you because
religion is one hell of a drug, bro.
Yeah,
bro, I'll be rich right now.
We were
Religion-
raised the time, bro. Like,
Religion is
man.
one hell of a drug, man. Like that's the whole thing. That's the game. Is to keep you hooked. You one step away from heaven, but you got a tide though, my brothers and sisters in the congregation.
Man.
You know, that's how it do. That's how it do.
You gotta
They be
make
like,
sure you
"Oh,
give
well,
it back to
can
the
you
church.
just bless my grandma?" Like, yeah, I'll bless your grandma. Give me $50 in the Cash App. Like, it's that easy. My grandma's battling cancer.
Do you remember that one guy that was real big? He used to bless people, had a lady stand up and heal her, and they found out that he had his wife in his earpiece, and they were going off the prayer ticket.
I ain't hear that shit.
That's how they do it, and they know all about their stories and shit. And yeah, you got cancer, we got and all of this other shit. Yeah, them evangelists, man, they know how to rock the crowd.
Man,
they
put a receiver in the room, and you hear his wife in his ear talking to him. But the man got busted. People knew about it, and
a lot of
they
them
still
did.
went.
It's just the power of religion, man. I think it just moves people. The power of belief. That crazy pseudo shit. Like, that's pseudo too. Religion is pseudo.
Yeah, look. The Black indigenous community, they got a power struggle.
Shit's pseudo.
A lot of them don't get along. Like, one day they start beefing, the next day they try to calm the beef to the next. So, but I've been done said this shit. I told y'all David was trying to take people's spots. I've been said that.
Well, he need to come over here first before he's
Haitian ain't really trying to get caught up in that shit, but it's too late.
And look, we don't mean it on no like 100% smoke type shit. I mean, we're gonna have our responses. We're gonna say what we gotta say, but we want you to teach too. We want people to see what you're doing. We're not. I know y'all got this whole like illusion spread out on TikTok where they blocking us, the Pan-Africans blocking us, and all. We don't. That's not our style. We want you to keep presenting your information.
So no doubt. My bad. Calling out all ABOs, all whoever y'all want to call yourselves. Come on in. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. All right. I'm gonna do it again. I've been doing it all damn live. If anybody from
we don't say that word, bro. That wobble word.
Yeah, y'all gotta chill with that. We do respect not calling them that. We can argue and have a discussion, but you can call him a jive ass turkey. I think that might be appropriate.
You can call them pretendians.
But that's the type of respect we have. See, you come up here, and if you got any evidence or material want to discuss, anybody from the community or y'all organization want to call here, holler at us. come on up. The link is in the motherfucking chat.
And our books come from the Library of Congress.
Yo,
What the hell do they think that mean? You know how somebody say something that don't mean shit?
Library of Congress.
Guys, this is from the Library of Congress.
It's like saying I got my license from the DMV. Like, nigga, we all got our shit from the DMV, bro.
Yeah, my book is in the Library of Congress.
Are at.
That was the 2-week wait because I was sending it to the Library of Congress. So it don't mean every single word in my book is true. You just got to register your shit there. So people be bugging
My
out,
shit
man.
from the Vatican. Now I beat them.
Vatican, dog.
I got my shit straight from the Smithsonian.
Mine's wherever they get it from. Wherever they get it, I get it too.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all funny, man. Y'all funny. Y'all are some fake internet Indians, yo.
What's that? Ancient History of America, Interior to Columbus. Do I got that book?
Yeah, we got that one too.
Oh. I'm still waiting on that one guy from my live. He was I don't know what he was, Hebrew Israelite, but kind of in the middle or something. I don't know what he was.
You got hybrid. It's all types of.
He's an indigenous Hebrew.
I don't know what he was.
Be careful with some of them at any
No,
moment. They could become anything.
Manny, it might not be a racial slur to you, but when they told us how they're using it, it's another word for nigga. So we don't use it over here. It's the word that people that's not us use in replace of the N-word. How they explained it to us, so we don't allow it.
Now they're still fake, and they're still full of shit, and we're still gonna debunk all their shit. We're just being respectful at how we make language and shit. You know what I'm saying? How we converse, because they're still our brothers and sisters. Y'all better not forget that shit. We all brothers and sisters. This is I know it's like everybody on the outside, like look at them fighting and stuff, but it's still at the same time we feel like they lost their African mind and shit like that. So that's
except for the one. I don't know what he is, so I don't know if he's a brother yet.
Who?
Indigenous Hebrews.
I just say, I ain't trying to call out no names and nothing, but some people
Send
are
it in
like
the
having
message.
like opium
Send it in
addiction.
the text.
Okay, yeah. I know you talking.
Oh man, you got some.
Talking about
Y'all thought I was dangerous,
man.
This kid right here.
Y'all listen. Y'all better just come deal with us, man. Come deal with us in a
nuclear bomb.
sit down and just have a discussion, man. Because this
y'all better sit down and have.
Look, he's just sitting there playing with a sledgehammer, like
right
over here, just trying to let's have a talk. Smash this, like I'm talking about noodles.
He's like the fucking orca playing with fucking seals before they fucking kill him.
It be hurting me. I'll be looking at it, I'll be like, ow. Like I'm feeling your pain, man. That shit.
Get my cow.
And then look, y'all see what happened to Kwame, right? When you get hit, like you don't feel it the first day. That's what I'm noticing. I'm studying it. I'm studying his technique. You know what I'm saying? He got the kiss of the dragon and shit.
Right.
So it's like you don't feel it the first day. The first day you like, man, and then it sets in and the venom kick in, and then you like, ow. And then your body start aching, your feet go numb and everything, and you out there screaming for help because that's what all he was doing. He was
pass out
like
Wendy Williams did on that video. Y'all remember when Wendy Williams did that? Woo! That's how y'all be when it hits you.
My man forgot all about the agent talk about. Now I got people in the FBI. I'm like, dang, y'all call me an agent? This dude up there talking about you got people in the FBI. That's crazy.
They be the real agent,
but I'm not going to do that.
And then look, what makes it worse, he was like, come here, let me talk to you. I'm going to tell you something. I get in there. Yeah, let me tell you something. Tia, tell him what he did. Like, what the hell?
Get him. Yeah, you know who that is? That's that dude like, yeah, see me. You don't want to see me there? You take his backpack off, everything, and then get behind somebody. They ain't even holding him back. He just acting like they holding him back. Like, chill out, bro. Handle your shit. Tia, get him. Got it.
Hey, did any of them show up to your live?
Yeah, well, a couple did. Let me see. Natural Wife showed up. Kenya showed up. Some other dude, he came in here trying to scream or something. He tried to get loud. He was like, pure Captain Save him. Well, I'll just have a little nice conversation.
Hey, y'all, can y'all carry the show while I step out? I gotta run something real quick. Can y'all do that?
Go ahead.
Keep it clean, fellas. Keep it clean, fellas.
Yeah, we were just having a conversation because B4R was just like, y'all got any questions? So, we just asking the questions, and he just come in there hot. You just like an interrogation. Yeah, no. Like, God dang, this dude right here. He must have forgot where he was at, though.
He tried to fake blast Perry. Perry, OG.
No, that was the other dude. That was the other one.
Yeah,
so there was two.
It was. I remember he was trying to act like Perry, like he was exposing Perry or some shit. Like we don't know who Perry is. Like everybody know who Perry is. We know.
I know he was like, you know what you was. Yeah, so I'm like, man, what the hell is that supposed to be?
Right? Like Hebrew Israelite, right? Like, yo, what is you doing? You got to back up what you talking about. We ain't even talking about Perry. Perry, but I left Perry alone when he's acknowledged Africa. I'm not worried about all of that other stuff. He know the truth. He know that he ain't erased in Africa, so there ain't really no discussion. These people saying they Hebrew and always been Hebrew and they ain't from Africa, they from America and all that shit. That's the issue.
Yeah,
they Hebrew
soil.
Yeah, but he had Rob as a professional with that shit. Well, I couldn't do it. He was just sitting there, just like, man. Well, I would have snapped already.
Man, it was like a couple people. The lady, the Native American lady came in there. She was just snapping.
She didn't know what was going on. Like, yo, he just helped you out, and you in there talking about something. You guys need to do it. Then when she saw what type of live it was, who was talking, and what you was on, I was like, dang, he came in there hot.
You guys.
She said you guys.
I didn't know how to feel. I'm like,
it was probably from exactly what she said, though. She probably was surfing the internet, surfing my Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and all that. And it was just so much of our people up there doing that. She just thought it was one of those lives and probably came in while one person was talking and didn't hear where you stood at. So she came up there just tired of this shit.
Yeah. And then, I had to stop the ones that, because every single time I'm getting tired of, seeing the lives and stuff. And, I know where B for All stands at. What is it, B for real or B for All?
I say both. Yeah.
Oh, well, I know where she stands at. I know what she did, and all the other stuff, but, she was being a good sport answering questions. But it's like people just came up as like, the video. I was like, dude, you know how many times I've seen that thing about the video? And I even told her the shit was foul. I was like, yeah, the shit's foul. But, it wasn't even a type of live, dig in, not my first live. It wasn't that type of thing. Just, I'm more interested in like the histories, at first. Now, when I do a debate live, yeah, we're going to get into it, especially with some of the ones that, try to pull sources or they want to fall back on the Christopher Columbus thing. They just don't know yet.
Now they're gonna get that word. They gonna come to you. I'm telling you, if you go live, they gonna show up, bro.
They're gonna be scared to talk to me or wish on me some genealogy in a minute. Yeah, I ain't showing them nothing. They're gonna be trying to scrub their genealogies from their profile.
And we not counting the ladies pulling up and all of these underlings, these neophytes and shit pulling up. All of y'all big talkers need to pull up. Because we know they believe you, and we know the ladies just go hard like that. They pull up all the time. You know what I'm saying? So that don't count. Don't be trying to take credit for what they did. Oh, we pulled up to your live. Remember B4All? Remember God is King? Remember that don't count.
No.
Those y'all men talking definitely.
Oh, Goddess Tia was over there.
No, I'm just saying that they get not on his live specifically. I'm just saying that the ladies tend to pull up. Yahweh's wife, they always do it. Like I think that Yahweh's wife be jumping in to save him.
I blocked the fuck out of her.
Yeah.
She too disrespectful.
You know exactly when he about to get checkmated, right? She jumped right in there. Ah, stand back, baby.
Like as soon as he about to get checkmated, she jump in and go Super Saiyan and shit. Like, no, man, let's let him catch the cell.
And y'all can bring y'all books too.
I'm actually thinking about putting a backdrop saying, and trying to get them in there talking about is the transatlantic slavery. Are the numbers accurate? And see how many pull up.
Yeah, you got to start fishing too. Use
Yeah,
the
they're gonna
background to
pull
fish.
up on that. They're gonna pull up.
Take those topics, put them up there on the background, and they gonna come. They ain't gonna be able to resist it.
Yeah, because I'd love to see that one, because there's a lot of people thinking, like I said, the numbers are off, but they don't know why the numbers are off. They've never looked at it. They never said anything. And then like I said, we got some people floating around thinking it was 171 documents, or what came to North America after 1808. I still got that one guy. He just crucified his own profile. I don't know.
Top Cat ain't about to come over here, bro. Top Cat, Original Power, they not gonna come over here, man. Trust me. They gonna be fucking with Garfield and them. They ain't finna fuck with us because we ain't finna let them just run their mouth. You gotta pull up the source. Oh, they dang Galloway flunkies anyway. And I'm starting to think that Naturalist of Yahweh is a dang Galloway flunky too.
Shit, nah, suit and lion. Y'all can come over here and we gonna shut up. On TikTok, we probably ain't having that shit because we ain't gonna just let you take over because we gotta talk since that's the talking spot. But over here, yo, I ain't gonna want to do it, but I'm gonna try. I'm telling you honestly, I may not let you do it like Susan said, but I'm gonna try. My goal is to let y'all do a whole presentation. I'm gonna try to sit back and just look at the shit, but it's gonna be recorded.
Yeah, we can do that. I won't even come up. I let y'all do your presentation. It's recorded. Then after y'all do it the next day, we're just gonna dissect that information and see if it's real or not.
Yes, you did, Jay. Yes, you did.
Why not?
Yeah, I went to sleep, man. I went to sleep at like what 9:30, 10?
They cap too much and use too many old articles and stuff. And then be like, then I hate like, bro, they be acting like they want to smoke, acting like they want to debate, and then don't nobody never hit me back. I be like, what's going on?
Hey, what's the name of that one shit Sinella used to do? It used to be like a gathering of the minds, or when two something
when two worlds collide. Yeah.
What? Say that again.
When two worlds collide.
Yeah, we need something like that where two worlds collide. It's not even a debate. It's just they got information and then we just present our information. We ain't got to argue with them.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's it. I want to, and I would love to see you sit there in your splendor with no interruption and just run through it. I want to see your logic. I want to see how you do research. I want to see how you put it together, like extend it. I don't want to see no quick TikTok shit and somebody jump up and switch the topic and we going from ships to aliens to Pokemon. No, I want to see you sit up there and prove your point and run through that shit for like an hour and a half. I want to see that. I don't think you could do it. I'm telling you right now, I don't think you're going to do it. I think you're going to slip up. You're going to say, oh, I didn't know it said that. You're going to try to pull your sources and make it stick and put it together, but it's going to sound stupid to you. It's going to sound dumb. I don't even think I need to respond. You're going to mess yourself up in your presentation because y'all are using faulty logic, circular reasoning. You're using mythology. You're using the Bible. You're using pseudoscience. So if you try to sit there and paint a picture or walk in a straight line, you're going to trip yourself. And that's why they don't pull up.
Hey, I ain't going to lie to you.
And then look, Rob, we could say pause it. We could say, wait, don't change the page yet. Read the next line. You see what I was doing?
You know, I can't look. I'm gonna let you right now. I'm starting to get like a huge pet peeve for time skipping. Like the jokers talking about, okay, in 1512, I'm like, all right, 1512. Yeah, but then in 1730, it's like, damn, what happened all those years? You just, but then 1924. And then now let's talk about Walter Plecker. It's like, man, you just went straight to the 1900s. But then also back in the 1630s, like, God dang, I can't follow that. I can't do it. It's becoming a big pet peeve. It's like, man, what kind of story is this you telling me?
That's how you do with all history. If you hear a person talking about history and saying they studied and they don't ever use a date and they've been talking for like 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, and you ain't hear one date, that's not a true person who studies history or even has been taught a fragment of how it works. It's all about dates. Because when you say something, you need to place it on a timeline. If you're saying something happened in the past, you need to take me to that place in history. The date gets you closer to the source. Instead of typing in some shit that happened to somebody's name, that could be anybody. When you place me at a particular date, then I can deal with those people, that culture, what is happening, where technology was at that time. That's how we find out that your dates can't be real about the bodies you talk about. Because when we find the date, because you don't provide it, we got to dig and we go, okay, this is what he's talking about. This was found in 1719. Well, let's see what the date was for when they developed the accurate dating method for dealing with bodies, right? And we see that that's closer to our time now. That's in the 20th century or the 19th century. So at the end of the 19th century, actually. Now I know that 1719, you could have not been dating a body. That's how we figured out that you're dating rocks, because they had the knowledge for dating rocks through those different layers. They didn't have it for dating humans.
Yeah.
So if they don't.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing we do about the slave ships. I'm like, I want to see, where's the pictures? It's like, dude, the camera wasn't invented until like 1830. You're looking for, what are you talking about? They had to paint it. Oh, those are portraits. We can't trust them. Hey, but look at these paintings back in, AD. It's like, so you believe them, but you don't believe anything, close to the time. Hell, like I said, the other dude, he didn't even believe the paintings in the 14th through the 18th century. Those are all fake. Just listen to the words. It's like, what? I was like, these are like kings and queens getting the portraits, taken. They liable to, chop some heads off if stuff ain't going right. There's a lot of them that was doing that.
Oh yeah,
I think it was like a sport.
Yeah, they had talent shows. But their talent shows was, you may not leave with your life. That's why a lot of people didn't want to show up and show the king, show royalty what they got. Like, yeah, I'm one of the best painters, and if you don't impress them, some of them will be off with your head.
Right.
Somebody to impress us.
And all them stuff, all that stuff going on, and you really think somebody's going to take a chance and messing up a painting of someone, especially if it's getting circulated to all the people? No, that ain't happening. But no, I was tripping out. He said that while we were in captivity, someone ran around and changed all the pictures. It's like
that's when you really like portal. They really had.
I was like, you know how many countries all these paintings went to? Private collections, museums, all that other stuff. And you mean to tell me somebody went and just not even change the color, but you got to change the whole phenotype in the picture.
Yeah, it had to be the Flash. Superman.
Had to be.
The phenotypes ain't even the same. Lips, nose, eyes, hair. It's no, man. I'm not.
Whoa! Bring that back. Josh changed his name twice in 3 days. Now he's named African Indian. What the fuck is that?
African Indian.
What the fuck is an African Indian?
Because he claimed both sides, I guess.
So he wasn't saying he was 100%.
Yeah, he don't think he 100%. He still claim his African side.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah,
don't he know that them people?
Somebody in his family must have got in his ass and he changed his mind.
Yeah, because I could have sworn that he was saying he found out he wasn't African.
Right?
No, he found something indigenous.
That's nothing. Like, you go over there. I mean, what?
Man, if it's anything like I've been seeing, they literally look at a name and said, look, his name is John Smith too. Don't you got somebody in your family named John Smith? Yeah. Oh, well, you Indian. It's like, what? I mean, they're literally just going by a last name, not knowing that there's been multiple people with the same exact name. Same exact name. It's like they need to believe this lie for some unknown reason. They need to believe it. What is Nigerian? I don't know.
Hey, whatever happened to them doing that they was going to invite some of us to their channel to present information and talk about African culture because they was going to talk about indigenous culture. Whatever happened to that shit?
Man, they was getting hit for like a whole week straight. They like on life support right now.
Man.
So they never did it, right? They
No,
come on
not
over
that
here.
part.
We
Not
can
that
do
I
when
know.
two worlds collide. The indigenous, whatever the fuck they call themselves, and the Pan-African community have a discussion on information. They present their information. We won't interject unless we see something where we need to stop and go through the information, and then we present. Ain't no interruptions. Ain't no calling nobody out their name unless they call us out our name. I don't think they're gonna be able to do it because their TikToks are basically based around talking shit about somebody. So we can do that. We just set up a date.
Oh, all right, Beatrice. Let me see. There's really no good way to answer this. Um, why your grandparents named the baby son Caldwell Calhoun. Um, it's very odd when you're dealing with slavery and stuff like that because you actually had some of our ancestors. I'm not gonna say they liked being a slave, but they got so used and accustomed that they weren't really thinking clearly. Um, some kind of thought that if they got good treatment or whatever, they tended to name them after someone. It's just a weird dynamic. Like for instance, you'll have some black families whenever slavery ended, they changed their name. Just like you had some kept the last name Freedman with a D, and then some were just totally hated it, so they took the D off and they were actually Freedmen. Or in the case of like my grandfather, I honestly don't even know what my last name is, just because they were trying for a long time. They were trying to figure out, was it Robertson, Robinson without the N? Because there's a story that he changed it. He went up north and then he changed his last name. So after a while, I was like, you know what? It is what it is. This is my name. This is what everybody went by. There's no sense in changing it, even if it was different, because there's like a ton of us. So it just all depends. So it's really hard to say what they were thinking back in the day. It's just one of those things where that's just how it happened, So I hope I answered that one. But it's just, the whole thing is just weird.
They're gonna learn.
I guess it's like, actually, the story that I told with Mississippi, how the whole town was pretty much pacified. I know you remember me saying that. They were pacified because whenever someone acted up, they would take someone and then hang them off the bridge. And there was like a cab driver. He's like, look, there's the bridge. And he told his story.
Mhm.
I've also seen videos that they have now, like in I want to say, if you look on YouTube, you can look up 1960s, what is it? 1960s, like either racism or stories. And the guy cataloged a whole bunch of videos back then. And one of the guys, and it looked like it was just the weirdest thing I've ever seen. An older white guy came up. He's like, "Oh, we treat you good." He's like, "Oh, yes, you do, man," or "Yes, you do, sir." And it was just like he was really passive.
Damn.
And it was like, "Oh yeah, no, you treat me good." He's like, "Don't I treat you real good?" "Yes, sir. You treat me real good." And then they had a lady, and she was like, "Oh yeah, they treat me so good. They give me clothes. They take care of me." He's like, "Oh, we take care of you, don't we?" "Oh yeah, you do this." So certain people down south.
Hey, when you talking about a video?
Yeah.
I saw that video, man. Yup. It was pretty sad watching that, man.
Right. And it was just like, because you can see like some people were, I would say like militant, we fight to the bitter end, or to the end.
Mhm.
But some people just like, they didn't really have the heart to fight. They just accepted.
You got to understand, like, I guess, like we all were born free. You know what I mean? Like all of us was just born free. So we know what freedom is, and we got rights that we were born with, that our ancestors might not have been born with. And I guess the mindset of being in a situation where you don't have any freedom and you're born within that conditionary system, it can really alter your judgment and how you perceive the world around you and shit. So I can understand a lot of, I guess a lot of us in the past going through those situations. And I guess that film or that footage definitely highlighted it, because you could tell.
It was bad.
You know what I mean?
Like
Like,
looking at it, yeah.
shit, this shit was fucked up.
Yeah.
It was a system. We treat you good, right? Yeah. So what you do, you know? It was just, that's how fucked up it was. So for this jive ass turkey to bring the currency up and suggest that we was having a good time around here, that shit don't hold no weight over here.
Yeah.
And all of this talk about, you know, the ships, how could they have done it? The bottom would have rotted out. You're right. Yes, it does. Everything has an expiration date, but it also tells the story about development.
Yeah.
People didn't just pop up with a perfectly put together blueprint on how to build a ship that ain't gonna sink. You got to go through all of those mistakes. So when you see things like that in history, you go, that's stupid. Why would they do that? Exactly. That's telling the truth, instead of somebody coming up like, yeah, I built a boat and it was perfect and it lasted for 50, 20. Like, come on now, that would be unbelievable that they just come out of nowhere with boats. But when you see development, it goes from the little wood slab, the raft, and then it keeps going up, and they figure out different components to put in the boat, the sail, cover it with iron. We need to have translators. They made the mistake. You can see them making mistakes, not bringing translators, not bringing weapons, priests in case they pass away. You know what I'm saying? Like, they learn through this whole process, and you can watch the development. That's how you know the shit is real. When you see something in history, if you study history for real and you see it just pop up, you know something's wrong with that.
It started with them damn caravels. Like, y'all remember us reading about the damn caravels?
Yep.
Those weren't like big ships.
Them dogs.
Initially. Those were small little boats, yo.
You know, speaking of that, I just had gotten a conversation with someone because for the most part, you know, they were like, no, I know we came from ships and stuff like that. But then she was telling me how she couldn't believe, she was like, you know, Africans, they were so strong and, you know, muscular and all this. You can't tell me that, you know, you had just a group of these Europeans stealing from Africans. So I don't really, you know, believe that. So, you know, I had to tell them again because a lot of people don't realize it. And then I didn't really know either until, you know, I got in these conversations what they actually had. Like all those, the Spanish war dogs.
The dogs.
And then
they're pretty aggressive, man.
Yeah. You know, 250-pound, you know, muscle. And it said, one dog can tear up 60 people, just one. Right. And then if you look through history, you would see that almost every stage they used dogs. You know, back then they used dogs
even in the
when
60s.
They were, back during slavery, whenever someone would escape, they used dogs.
A bloodhound.
Mm-hmm.
Where y'all think that shit come from? A straight up bloodhound.
So at every stage, and I told her, and it dawned on me because, you know, there's a lot of people that have that, you know, an irrational fear of dogs. And I wonder if that's, you know, genetic, like if it's, you know, down, because it reminded me of a story that one of the slave narratives, remember how I was reading that they would drop the trinkets on the shore and then the next day they'll drop it more just to get the people on to put the trinkets on the boat itself to capture them. Well, they also did it with red material.
Yeah,
and
I heard about that. Yo, right. Matter of fact, yeah. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm listening.
And then the thing about it was when they were doing the red, the lady in the slave narrative said that her grandfather hated red for the rest of his life.
Yeah, fam, that's true story.
Just because of when it happened. So I wonder if that, like I said, because when you see people, they got like an irrational fear of dogs. And I wonder if that's something that's because, like I said, it was something that they've always done with us. And even they did that to the Native Americans as well.
Yeah, that color red
in both people and the dogs. right?
Yeah, the
We
dog.
got some dogs that come on, y'all seen it. They just bark at black people. Like you see, I was like, yo, hold up, man. I was at this was like some Indian people. I was at their studio and shit. We was trading beats and putting down some verses and shit. And I'm like, yeah, boom. Like I got a notepad, boom. He said, yeah, it's right over here. I opened the door. That's where his dog was at. And I was trying to get a notebook. And the dog was like, and he was like, oh, he's fine. And the other dude came and pet him. He was cool. Everybody pet him. I was like, all right, whatever. So I just walked in there, boom, tore my whole fucking pants leg off. Went nuts. And I look while they trying to say, yo, you need a band-aid, you need something, you need some alcohol, something to put on it, whatever. I'm looking at the whole room and I'm like, yo, it's white people in here and it's in Middle Eastern people in here. So I mean it clicked, but that was just like my first instinct. Then I caught on to it later. I thought about shit from my childhood, why the dogs would just chase us. They're coming from the other neighborhood. They're coming from the trailer park in Maryland. Some neighborhoods got a trailer park in the back, and it's mostly white people back there. When they dogs get out, they come over here messing with people. They can run all around their neighborhood, and everything is fine. They run into some black people. This dog is chasing us all over the place.
Oh, them DC dogs is to chase the shit out your ass in DC.
Yeah, it's probably embedded in both people. Our fear of dogs and the dogs were used for that purpose, so it's probably still stuck in the DNA.
Yeah, doesn't it bring out like just a different, it makes you look at it just a little bit different. I mean, it might be, that thought might be out there, but like I said, I've never seen that dog before. And also, hey Val, you've never seen that dog? That dog was massive.
Somebody in the car.
Oh, my fault. But no, if you never seen that dog, take a look. It's a Boricello.
Facts.
And it's a 250-pound Mastiff, Spanish Mastiff.
That's heavier than the average human, bro.
That they decked out.
That shit like said like 30 natives and shit at one time, right?
Yeah. They decked it out with armor, spiked, was it a spiked collar?
Yeah, man.
And that really is disrespectful to people who know the mentality of the people who lived at this time dealing with Africans and people of African descent. That in your head, you're probably thinking, well, how could they do that? They walk up, you got your arrows, I got my arrows, and we just fight it out. Whoever wins, wins. I think we would win. That's how they looking at it. Like it was a fair fight. Like somebody said, take 10 paces and spin. All right, cool. We're good. You won. And that's it. No, these people play dirty. They're going to win however they need to win. They even, like he said, they armored the dog up and they put spikes on it. They put like
spike collar.
Now you can't
armor on it.
Where you get that from?
You're going to cut yourself up trying to fight the dog.
Man, I'm trying to find in this book, right? In Walter Rodney's book, how Europe underdeveloped Africa. There's a part in here where it talks about how the Europeans kidnapped the Africans they enticed them with the color red. And I cannot find it to save my life in here. I thought I highlighted it. The name of the book is How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and it talks about the color red and how they used to entice the Africans. It said something about it was the color red that did us in. It was the red scarlet. That's what it was. The red scarlet.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, red scarlet handkerchief that they used to wave to entice the Africans and shit. It was just something about that color that drove Africans to the damn boat. That was an account. I wish I can find it in a damn book. Damn, I thought I highlighted this.
I know they have one in the slave narratives. They do have one like that in the slave narratives.
See? But yeah, they would just come on over here. They literally would just kind of wave the red handkerchief and just something about it, and this is not new. I mean, they would try to entice. That's what they did. Come on over. We got something for you. We saw that in Islam when they was putting the dates out for the kids and kidnapping them the same fucking way. So this
Columbus did use bells. He used bells in one of his journal. I think it's the first journal. I need to bring that up so I can actually show. But he said that he learned the bell trick and stuff on Africans when he met up with the Indians.
Yeah.
Actually, let me pull that up. So
yeah, you're more than welcome to share. You can do a little teaser right now. It's all good.
I
And
gotta
then
find it.
Go to page. Well, I'll just pull it up. I'll share it.
Yeah, you can pull it up too. That's fine. That's fine. I wanted everybody to see that though, because that's not my first time hearing about the color red and how they used it to entice us. I know I read that shit in that book.
Yeah, it's exactly what you said too, like word for word.
Okay. Bet. We can pull it up.
I wonder why that was. Why it was. I know they were saying
That's something that's
I don't know.
puzzling to me too. And you know, I don't know something. You know, and look at that we were wearing red in that damn picture. When remember that picture, the conquest of Guatemala, and I'm like, we're the only ones there. We got a red outfit on. What's up with that? I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Now I'm thinking about red. We got to figure out this red thing in history. I don't know.
I don't know if there was no red there, or
I think it was
just the color of what it symbolizes back then,
right?
How we were
a royalty to their people, like the leader. So it was like whoever had that. I guess you had to respect that person and obey them.
All right, okay. It was just the thing. It was like the Gucci of the day. I got the Gucci red scarf.
Yeah, and it wasn't like fear. It wasn't all of it. Wasn't like, oh no, I gotta listen to you because I'm scared. It was like intriguing too. It was like they wanted to be around. It was trust from that. So I guess it must be their history that was embedded in their head for so long, looking at these people with red. And I think it was Morocco. That hold on, because I went right past that shit. It said through North Africa, Europeans became familiar with the superior brand of red leather from Africa, which was
Morocco leather. That's right. Morocco would get their leather from Ghana and all that. They call it Morocco leather, but they would make that shit down in deep Africa and get all that shit coming back up during that trade. Yep.
Here, let me come in on my computer.
Hey, for those who welcoming in, thank y'all for coming over. If you guys have made it from TikTok over here, really thank y'all. I know how that TikTok addiction can be. I just got out of TikTok jail, y'all. Me and Vant. Van, you out of TikTok jail, dog? He don't hear me.
No, to the 26th.
Damn. That's not, my other one is look. My second account is to the 27th. Damn. This shit is hard, man. It was both your shits get banana, man. I'm like, God. So whatever.
Yeah, they working hard.
They're working hard, man. But I have yet to see a video or post at all about our shit or debunking it or nothing. Link is in the chat.
My bad, but just got back in, blowing it down. Got some new stuff on deck.
Oh, I don't see it. Where's the link?
Pull up.
Oh, shit.
Pop out.
Hold on, you trying to come in?
Yeah, I'm gonna come in on my computer.
I got you.
I'm gonna drop out on my phone and come in on the computer.
I'm going in.
It is. TikTok is addictive.
TikTok addictive as hell.
Some other addictive shit too.
If y'all have not liked the video, go ahead and like the video right now. Welcome. Poor City Vibe African Center Consciousness. We got Mo, we got Banter, we got Suitin, we got the whole adjustment syndicate in here for y'all jive ass turkeys. You guys are all cordially invited to this whole shit. All right. Come on in there. Y'all got any questions about what we talked about? Y'all more than welcome. We won't bite, man.
This anti-block gang over here.
Yeah, we ain't gonna block you. We gonna cut that information.
If you get blocked, we all leaving.
Yeah, we are anti-blocking association over here. We don't block you.
That don't mean you can come over here and be disrespectful or say something.
Do
weird.
not come over here and be disrespectful.
We're not gonna block your information.
Don't do that, cause I will cuss your ass the fuck out, and I will drop you like a hot potato. Drop you like some hot corn. Yeah, you eat that corn, it's too hot. You had to drop it down on the plate.
Yeah, burning your.
Damn.
You start licking your finger.
Gotta drop you, dog. You disrespectful. But now, like, if you want to come up, I want to see what y'all got. I'm really interested in, you got full autonomy over here to share your shit. I don't mind. We'll keep the pit bulls tied up. If you're scared, say you're scared. If you have not hit the like button, I appreciate if y'all hit the like button. It helps the algorithm out. I don't know if y'all notice or not. It helps. That shit helps. Because y'all will get these alerts. Y'all will know when we on. Catch these presentations. Ain't nothing like catching us when we live and when we working it. It's Monday right now. It's ABO Mania Monday. That's a new shit. I should call it. We got the Pseudo Sundays. I'm sorry y'all ain't see us on Pseudo Sunday. Oh, what's today? Tuesday? Damn, it's Tuesday. I'm tripping.
You got to be like pretending Tuesday.
Yeah, we got to have something for each day of the week.
Yeah.
I was so tired Sunday, man. I wanted to get on, but I just was tired, man. Like sometimes them fucking 10 hours be draining me, dog. I feel like I worked all day. So I need that rest. But I'd like to try to do Pseudo Sundays or do the Tuesday.
You did enough in a row to hit the algorithm though. So you straight.
Bet. Rob, you still trying to share?
I'm finding that the narrative that I had.
Oh, here, go ahead. You can read this part while hold on. While he get there.
Yeah, go ahead and
because I don't know when it's going to expire. I had to borrow it from the
yeah, man. This is what Mo is showing is from the book Walter Rodney, how Europe underdeveloped Africa. Really good book. And Rob mentioned something about the color red, and the first thing I thought about was this book right here. Pertaining to the color red and how they use that shit to entice us.
Oh, you can show him the book. I don't want to scroll up because you got that shit already.
You want me to show him the book?
Yeah, show him the book, and then I'm gonna go ahead and show him what this shit talking about. So it's coming from that book. Y'all should see that he's showing y'all, and it says European manufacturers in the early years of the trade with Africa were often poor quality, but they were of new varieties and were found attractive. Esteban Montejo, if I'm saying that right, an African who ran away from a Cuban slave plantation in the 19th century, recalled that his people were enticed into slavery by the color red. He said it was the scarlet which should be for the Africans. Both the kings and the rest surrendered without a struggle. When the king saw that the whites were taking out these scarlet handkerchiefs as if they were waving, they told the blacks, "Go on then, go and get a scarlet handkerchief." And the blacks were so excited by the scarlet, they ran down to the ships like sheep, and there they were captured.
So yeah, something about that color red. I thought that was probably one of the saddest things I read. I'm like, God damn. But that's how, that's the naivete, man, of trusting everybody and not knowing.
79, y'all.
Okay. Good looking, man. I appreciate that, man. I knew I read that shit somewhere. I'm like, oh, yo, hold up. I got that book somewhere.
Go ahead and highlight that shit right now.
Yeah. 79.
It may be different.
It might be different though in here though.
Just check and see where it's at. Sometimes it's like 80, where it's like a page behind or in front sometimes.
79. No, it ain't on there. Not on that page. I know what's in here. I just don't know where the hell I thought I highlighted that shit.
Let's see what chapter this is. We can find it that way.
Okay.
Rob, tell me whenever you're ready.
All right, I will. Gotta remember the one that I picked
How
up.
Europe became dominant in the section.
See if that's in the table of contents.
Yeah.
It'll take you to the page. Oh, wait, what is that? Chapter 3.
Chapter 3.
So chapter 3, and then it's what?
3,
1, 2, 3.
Chapter 3. Okay. All right.
About between 4 and 5 pages down.
All right.
What that look like? Chapter 3.
Chapter 3.
Oh, there you go. Africa's contribution to European capitalist development, the pre-colonial period. how Europe became the dominant section of the worldwide trade system, Africa's contribution to the economy, and beliefs.
How many pages from that shit it was?
It's like 4 to 5 pages.
All right, bet. Got it. Page 90. Yeah, page 90 in the book, y'all. For those who got the book and want to know what page. Yep, page 90. Damn, I need my glasses on. I can't see shit these days. But yeah, it was the fucking Red Scarlet that did it.
This book.
Huh?
I said, I got to get this book.
Yeah, this is a good book right here. This is good. That brother wrote excellent work on that one. But yeah, that's one of the things that I can't forget when I picked it up in the book. But it talks about that book was written by Walter Rodney. How it talks about how Europe went and got the resources up out of there and the wealth transformation type shit. Rob, you good?
No, so I found one, but I'm looking for this other one that I had that was a real good one. It had like 6 or 7 narratives on it, so I'm trying to find out where it was.
Peace to the chat. If you guys have not liked the video, like the video.
Thumb it up, thumb it up, thumb it up.
Thumb it up, thumb it up, thumb it up.
Y'all a little snippet a Saturday real quick, but this is a real important part.
Yeah. If y'all like us coming during the week, man, on these Jones, y'all say something in the chat. We'll do more lives during the week. I just be I got a whole job outside of this shit right here. So we got jobs and families. We gotta take care of that shit. But we always gonna come right back at y'all with this African history, culture, and greatness. Fucking greatness.
God, where is
that? Yep, here we go. You good, Rob? Take your time, man.
For those in the chat,
shit right over here.
That's right. That's right. Take your time, man. Walk through this primary slow. For those who want to see like other historical content as far as like a time specificity, if you're concerned about certain years in history, go ahead and drop that in the chat as well. And we'll look at it. I know we talked to Lily about some stuff too.
We good?
Yeah, we gravy. Can you?
All right, this is from
UNESCO. That's right.
Scientific Committee for the Drafting of a General History of Africa. General History of Africa. I think this is volume 5. I think they said they got 11 volumes. And this is interesting what they say, you know, because this completely throws out the window what Black Indigenous people be saying about who's in control of history and what they're doing now today with the history that we have in the field of academia, right? Africa from the 16th to the 18th century, editor B.A. Auget, if I'm saying that right. I want to go down here to this part right here. I know that's showing the methods. We're going to run through that on Saturday. Yeah, I did. That's right here. Okay, it says the situation. This is in the preface. It says the situation has changed significantly since the end of the Second World War, and in particular, since the African countries became independent and began to take an active part in the life of the international community and in the mutual exchanges that are its raison d'etre. We're going to look that up in a second because I forgot exactly what that meant. An increasing number of historians has endeavored to tackle the study of Africa with a more rigorous, objective, and open-minded look by using, with all due precautions, actual African sources. So what is that telling you about the history that they already wrote about Africa prior to them starting this project? See, in exercising their right to take the historical initiative, Africans themselves have felt a deep-seated need to reestablish the historical authenticity of their societies on solid foundations. This is what I was telling y'all earlier. Europeans have been telling this weird ass story about African history for the longest time. And these Black indigenous people today are picking up where they left off at. Africa has already entered into speaking for themselves. We're now using African sources. People are going to Africa to learn and from these people about their history instead of colonizers talking shit about them. They don't have nothing. These people have nothing over there. You know why they don't have anything in Africa for themselves? Because people are robbing them. That's why. And they talk about this in this study as well. It's the most rich, naturally rich place on the earth. Yet it's one of the poorest. How did that happen? That's why, and they tell you that's why it was easy for people to believe the European about how these people were less than everybody else because their societies weren't thriving as other people's were. But they're not telling them the other part of the story, that you're sitting there raping the land and still doing it to this day. So yeah, that was just a little preview. And then we finally, I know I said this a million times, but we finally gonna go in here and I'm gonna show y'all that the out of Africa theory was not accepted. Anything coming out of Africa, this is not even a theory of out of Africa. This is just them finding things in Africa and people trying to cover it up. As soon as they were finding things in Africa, they tried to push it to Asia and England. So stay tuned for that, y'all. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, look up the book because I think it's like between $5 and $15 now.
Yeah, fam. We are always coming at you with this shit right here.
So now you see what that said? They want to use those old sources because that's when Africa was disrespected and misrepresented.
Exactly.
That's why they use it.
That makes so much sense. I always thought about that.
Oh,
They take the racist people that said the racist shit about Black folks, probably own a couple of damn enslaved Africans on the side. And a family did, and they just coming out with these crazy narratives, man.
Yep. Don't trust them. Don't trust them new niggas.
I'm ready. I got it.
Yeah, family. If y'all have not seen any of our videos up until this point, y'all have been cheated out in y'all history lessons. I'm gonna just keep it real.
Over there.
Hey, did you talk about the Vasa?
Y'all niggas funny.
Hey,
What you say?
Did one of y'all talk about the Vasa?
The Vasa?
Yeah, the Vasa or Vasa.
Vasa.
It's this ship that they like refurbished. Like they pulled it up and rebuilt it. But I think I'm gonna try to run through a little bit of that too.
Oh, run through that
On
shit
the
too.
next one.
It doesn't ring a bell right now.
Yeah, I gotta check and see. I'm not sure if it was, but I still want to
We
show.
need to do. Matter of fact, let's do
that
we can do a little a pre-joint, like a little. You know how we do a little study groups. We can do one of those, man. To go over some of our books and stuff if you want to sometime during.
Yeah.
Or you gotta find the one when we actually pulled up the fucking sketch of the ship, bro. Because
that was the pre-push.
Yeah, we did that. I'm pretty sure we did that on your live.
Yeah, we did some type of pre-push before volume 1, right?
Yeah, we did like 5, 6 of them.
Yeah, we was on it. We were leading up.
It's whatever day B for all told us to come to her live. It's like 1 or 2 days before that. Because I was like, look, they had to went through our information that we did, and now all of a sudden they want to come there so motherfuckers can start backtracking on the shit that they said, because we proved that there was actually a transatlantic slave trade. And the only time that they come out and they try to say that there wasn't after we proved it was, because they think they got some groundbreaking new information. Because they watch a Dane Galloway or that
Camarillo bullshit, yeah.
And they come out with some shit, and they're like, "Oh, look, see, was it?" And then we go get the same book that these motherfuckers talking about, and clearly in the book it says there was a transatlantic slave trade.
Yeah, we debunked
Dane and
so for all those that don't know, Dane Galloway is being sued by like 2 people.
For what again?
Plagiarism.
One of them's plagiarism.
Well, hold on. I don't know if that black dude is suing them for plagiarism, but I know he plagiarized some work
from that
I
black dude?
don't think that black dude is actually suing him.
Yeah, but he
I know
just,
he got two of them.
because Jabari called him out on that shit.
The black dude said he not suing Dane Calloway because Dane Calloway's black. He said if he would have been a white guy, he would have sued the shit out of him.
Yeah, I mean, what he did is good enough though. Telling the truth about it, I wouldn't want to put him through any financial hardships or anything like that. But yeah,
and
you still got.
Calloway said that he got permission to use his shit, and then they talked to the brother, and brother said, "No,
I ain't giving him permission to do that." No,
yeah, because what he's doing is also tarnishing his reputation.
Right.
People are going to think that he's associated or he's like advocating for that type of shit like that. He's not enabling you to go around and twist history upside down, tie it in a knot, burn it, pick it back up and blow the ashes in somebody's face. Like, the fuck is you doing? But I mean, he had a good heart or whatever. Because I know somebody, if he run into the wrong person, they going to sue his ass.
Shit, they already.
So he lucked up on that one. Is he black too? The one who's suing him?
I don't think. I think the two people that suing him is white.
Okay, yeah, they're gonna get your ass. Get your ass.
Here's one from the Library of Congress. This is one that I saw, and I wanted to get a different one, but this one has a little one on here where it's actually called the Red Cloth Narrative.
Mm-hmm.
So it consists of various forms of a story former slaves recalled in WPA interviews about how their relatives were captured by slave traders who used red trinkets, such as cloth, to entice slaves. In some instances, individuals were invited aboard a ship to trade for these goods. In other cases, the cloth was laid out for someone to follow in almost a Hansel and Gretel fashion. Among the narratives in the WPA collection, one of the most cited is the account of Granny Judith, relayed by her grandson, Richard Jones. Some strangers with pale faces come one day and drape a small piece of red flannel down on the ground. All the black folks grabbed for it. Then a larger piece was draped a little further on and on until the river was reached. Finally, when the ship was reached, they draped large pieces on the plank and up into the ship till they got as many blacks on board as they wanted. So this is one of them. This is the one that's actually a really good one. This is from the National Humanities Center.org. So instead of going through,
bro, we still materialistic to this day.
Right, yeah, it's just that material is like good and look good. That's flashy. I like that.
Day, that dude right there, Day at the top.
Yeah,
they recently just got that material from a family, from a racist pseudoscientist.
Right here?
Yep. They recently, his family, Day, his family recently won a case and got that stuff from the family because he was like, you know, he had this pseudoscience behind it. Like, yeah, look at this African, you know, when he's in the womb, you know, he's like completely dumb. When he's born and he's a full grown man, he's only as smart as a 7-month-old baby still inside the womb of a white person. You know, and he was using our pictures and taking pictures of people, and they whole family still had it, and they sued and got that shit back. So shout out to them for putting in that work.
Yeah, good looking for that family.
Wow. So
this shit is real.
Yeah, this one from the National Humanities Center. This one they grabbed a few of the narratives, and you can also go in here and then look at you can actually find the narratives, but I mean there's 2,300. So whoever went through the painstaking of all of them, I probably read maybe 50 to 100. I mean it gets pretty bad. I'm not even gonna lie to you. But right here, this is from, let me see, is this the one? Yeah, so this is from Martha King. She was enslaved in Virginia and Alabama and interviewed in Oklahoma in 1937. So this one, my mother was Harriet Davis and she was born in Virginia. I don't know who my father was. My grandmother was captured in Africa when she was a little girl. A big boat was down the edge of the bay and the people was all excited about it. Some of the bravest went up pretty close to it, pretty close to look at it. The men on the boat told them to come on board and they could have all the pretty red handkerchiefs, red and blue beads, and big rings. A lot of them went on board and the ship sailed away. My grandfather never saw any of her folks again. So then here's another one. This is Della Fountain that was enslaved in Louisiana. My grandmother was captured in Africa. Traders come there in a big boat and they had all sorts of pretty gewgaws, red handkerchiefs, dress goods, beads, bells, and trinkets in bright colors. They would pull up at the shore and entice the color folks onto the boat to see the pretty things. Before the dark is realized, they would be out from the shore. That's the way she was captured. 15 to 25 would pay them for the trip, and that's all they bought as they all bought good prices. Is this the one where they said that he didn't like red anymore? Let me see. This one. So these are all people getting captured in Africa it turned my stomach. It's like, oh, nothing happens in Africa. How did they capture them? This wasn't by force.
Right. This was how they enticed them with materialistic type shit. You know what I mean? That was that enticement.
Yeah.
Oh, see, look at this one. This is from Lou Dixon, enslaved in Virginia, and he was interviewed in Arkansas. Mama lived to be 103 years old. Pa died in 1905 and was 105 years old. I used to sit on grandma's lap, and she told me all about how they used to catch people in Africa. They herded them up like cattle, put them in stalls, brought them on the ship, and sold them. She said some they captured, they left bound till they came back. And sometimes they never went back to get them. They died. They had room in the stalls on the boat to sit down or lie down. They put several together, put the men to themselves and the women to themselves. When they sold grandma and grandpa at the fishing dock in Newport, Virginia, they had their feet bound down and their hands crossed up on the platform. They sold grandma's daughter to somebody in Texas. She cried and begged to let them be together. They didn't pay no attention to her. She couldn't talk, but she made them know she didn't want to be parted. 6 years after slavery, they got together. So,
and now is this coming from what they learned in school in Africa or on the boat? They were in class on the boat learning about this?
Hell no. She was sitting on her grandma's lap. Her grandma was telling her.
Okay.
So every time somebody says that, oh, listen to your ancestors, listen to your ancestors. These are your ancestors right here speaking, telling
y'all.
Like, these are your ancestors. And it kills me. It's like, how old your great grandma? Oh, she was born in like 1920. Do you see these years?
That's
he
right.
died 103. 1905. That's what? 1802. That's
tough.
1800. That's just like, when I want to speak to people about my grandfather, he was born in the early 1900s. He just passed away in January. He was 90. Was it 95? And then my other grandparents that passed away, they were in their 90s. Imagine the life they lived in the early 1900s. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Exactly.
But yeah, these are all parts, and these are, what did he say it was? Yeah, these are selections from the narrative. So
actual narratives, y'all. Primary sources. You can't get no
all these names. But there's one in here where he said that he didn't even like Africa at all. That's the one I read last time. Adeline, I had always been told from the time I was a small child that I was of Negro, of African stock, that it was no disgrace to be a Negro. And had it not been for the white folks who brought us over here from Africa as slaves, we would never have been here, and it would have been much better off.
I thought Negro was like an African was something that they gave us.
Oh, so they're telling you they came from Africa. They got kidnapped from Africa and all of that in here, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And this is the one where they did the trinkets, and then they kept coming because they learned that some of their strategies they were using wasn't working. So like this one, by John Brown, that was in Alabama. He's pretty much saying that they did trinkets one day, they left, they came back, more trinkets the other day, and they kept doing that until they, to get them comfortable with it, and then brought them up on the ship. So it wasn't always about force. It wasn't always about
just
fighting.
luring them in there.
It was luring them in there.
Just like fucking nasty ass Candyman on the damn van pulling up. Come on, boys and girls.
And then check this one out.
Shit. That shit creepy, though.
So now, can you see this one that I just brought up?
Yeah.
Okay, so now this is by Leo Weiner. Let me see. So this is a source that they like to use. Africa and the Discovery of America, right? So now what they say on here, and this is whenever someone says, Columbus, and they all say, black people for Columbus and know what he found. Well, in this book, I got to find this primary source, but he wrote the Spanish cascabel, sleigh bell, small round brass bell with a little clapper inside, is originally a Coptic word. Oh no, am I reading that right? Yeah. Cascabel hence was introduced into Spain by the Arabs. Columbus carried such bells specifically for the purpose of trading with the Indians, no doubt because voyages to Africa had found them acceptable to the Negroes, who used rattles and bells in their fetish ceremonies. Columbus showed the Indians that such bells could be worn in the ear, hence they were comparatively small. They were generally attached to the legs of the sparrow of a hawk. So even Columbus, because like I used to tell people all the time, Columbus knew the difference between an Indian and a Negro. He knew the difference.
Distinction.
So everybody knew the difference, even the Spaniards, because the Spaniards had not only what is it, the Berbers of North Africa as well as the Moors there for how many years was that? Was it 700 or 400?
700, almost 800 years, the Moors.
Right, to like 1492. So they knew what Africans looked like.
Yeah, they knew. They definitely knew. That's why they call them Negroes.
Right. So then when they went to the New World, when they say Indian, that's what they meant. They didn't mean Negroes, and they had them with them. So they knew exactly who they were.
They were in the land of the Negroes when they were in Africa. They ain't say they were in the land of the Negroes when they got to America at all.
So those are the couple things where, like I said, Columbus used the same tricks. You saw that in the slave narratives, they knew those tricks. It was passed down, but I can't remember one of these. Like I said, they said that he didn't like the color red after that. Oh, it might be down here actually. So that's Granny Jew right here. Oh, check this out. So this is the Richard Jones. This is the one that I read right here. This little piece about the red cloth narrative. Listen to this full. Listen to it in full, because he actually added more parts to it. So, yes, well does I remember my granny from Africa, and straight from there to Judith Guest, they named her. That old lady could not work when she died, for she was 110 years old. They had it in the paper that I was 125. It gives me notice to say that I is the oldest man in Union County. Can't remember any of my grandfathers. Millie Jess was my mother, and Aunt Judith was her mother. Granny Judy said that in Africa they had very pretty things, and that they had no red colors in cloth. In fact, they had no cloth at all. Some strangers with pale faces came one day, draped a small piece of red flannel down on the ground. All the black folks grabbed for it. Then a larger piece was draped a little further on and on until the river was reached. Then a large piece was draped in the river, and on the other side, they was led on, each one trying to get a piece as it was draped. Finally, with the ship was reached, they draped large pieces on the plank and up the ship till they got as many blacks on board as they wanted. Then the gate was chained up and they could not get back. That is the way Granny Judith said they got her to America. Of course, she did not even know that the pieces was red flannel or that she was being enticed away. They just draped red flannel to they like us drapes corn to chickens to get them on a roost at night. When they got on board the ship, they were tied until the ship got to sea. Then they was let loose to walk about because they couldn't jump overboard. On the ship, they had many strange things to eat, and they liked that. They was give enough red flannel to wrap around themselves. She liked it on the boat. Granny Judy born Millie, and Millie born me. No, I ain't never had no desire to go to Africa, 'cause I gone to stay where I is. When they talk, nobody didn't know what they was talking about. My granny never could speak good like I can. She talk half African and all African when she got bothered. No, I can't talk no African. So,
Half African and all African when she got mad. I know that's right.
oh, there it is right there. He hated it right there. That's what I was talking about. So now this is Florida. So look at how many times. So you had some in Florida. You had South Carolina. I think it was Alabama. So different places. This is how they got the first. I don't know if he was the first crop of people or I'm not sure. But right here for Shaq Thomas, Adam Thomas's father was a native of the west coast of Africa. And when quite a young man was attracted one day to a large ship that had just come near his home. With many others, he was attracted aboard by bright red handkerchiefs, shawls, and other articles in the hands of the seamen. Shortly afterwards, he was securely bound in the hold of the ship to be later sold somewhere in America. Thomas does not know exactly where Adam landed, but knows that his father had been in Florida many years before his birth. I guess that's why I can't stand red things now, he said. My pa hated the sight of it.
Yeah, I bet, man. That's crazy.
So, yeah. So that's what I wanted to show y'all. This.
No, that's good, man. Did you send this to us already?
I don't think I did.
Man, send that to me, man. I like that, man.
Here, let me give you
I'll read over that. I got that book, man, and that definitely resonated with me because I that's not my first time hearing it at all. And thank you, Mo, for pulling that book up too.
So I dropped the link in the chat.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
And if anyone, I'll drop the link in the other chat as well too. So if anybody wants this, I'm gonna drop that link in the chat so you can look over this one. So here's the link if anybody wants it.
Appreciate it.
So yeah, it's crazy because like I said, whenever I hear people say certain things like, oh, how did they do this? How to do that? It's like it's all a mental game. It was a mental game in the beginning because they couldn't win. They couldn't get into Africa. They couldn't really do anything, but they did a mental game. I don't know where they learned these tricks from.
Yeah, something about the red, we got to figure out. I don't know. I mean, red must be meant something. I don't know the significance of it. I haven't really ran across anything. And I'm not aware of that color, but for some reason we've seen it several times that we were enticed by that shit. It's just weird, but that's definitely a materialistic thing. We like
got me thinking about the Red Bull, with the Spaniards and all that.
Mm-hmm.
The red, yeah.
Huh.
Yep, that's supposed to mean that's supposed to signify the Moors running out of Spain, and they attack the bull, and the bull run to the red.
Red symbolism
out there like message.
Is there a red symbolism in Africa?
I don't know. I have to study. Maybe there is.
Oh no, this ain't no good. Red in African culture symbolizes death and grief. Yeah. In Nigeria, South Africa, red symbolizes violence and sacrifice.
Okay. We went on that then.
I don't
know. That's one of the things in history that make you say, But there's definitely several accounts of it. So
yeah, there was a lot of them, but I don't. Yeah, you know what? God dang, I gotta write. I gotta write that down to try to figure out what that is because I never really thought about it until tonight. I don't know what was with red because they used it a lot.
Yeah, I thought about that when I read it in the book. I'm like, well, damn, what's going on with red? I hadn't bothered to investigate the significance of red in the culture over there, because you had Yoruba, Igbo,
Yeah, I wonder.
Fulani.
I'm guessing, like just guessing. I'm thinking it got something to do with blood.
I don't know, maybe.
I think that's probably what it's going to trace back to, like the importance of blood and shit like that. And then later on, it get like like we see with the word black, some of the definitions you just said, they attribute that to the word black.
That's something I got. We gotta
So
figure that out.
To show you that we didn't. That wasn't our definition of what black was. If they were using that word, just to point that out, because death is supposed to be the definition of black too.
So you see two types of ways that they try to get us. First with the 1800s, and now they just fucking materialistic with shit, huh? Here's some red handkerchiefs kind of thing. Come on in. Come on in. We got some beads and bam, trap. For people who say this shit ain't happening, happen.
Got him.
Yeah.
How long can y'all go before y'all go into a circle? I mean, we recap, but we don't we can keep going with the information because it's real sources, it's real documentation, it's a part of actual history.
Right. That's where they made the mistake.
Y'all take pieces from different timelines and pieces from different
They
cultures,
just
different
put
religions.
shit together.
Y'all play word games.
Yeah. Just to make it look good. They put everything together, man.
Trying to see what sticks.
Yeah, that's what they said too. I think it's in the beginning of the first time red is mentioned, the red leather is mentioned in the book Port was showing. They spoke about the importance of it and how it was used for royalty and shit. So,
so I guess in certain
ain't the Moroccan flag is red, right? It's red with like a green star or some shit.
Come on.
Yeah, so they got that part of their flag as well.
But yeah, fam. If y'all have not watched these videos, y'all need to go ahead and watch them joints. I'm telling y'all, get caught up, and make sure y'all pre-order my man's book. Order my man's book. Get that.
Yeah, order that book that don't exist. UTU textbook.com. I put that.
It don't exist. Make sure you get it. Get your copy. It's gonna be an invisible copy. But now, real talk, support my man, yo. Well, we appreciate all y'all support too, man. For sure.
Facts. It's gonna continue, man. We got more to come.
Yeah,
this is start branching off into other things. Like the slave trade includes so much history. This was the wrong thing to pick because it touches everything, bro. It touches not just the history of what happened in Africa, the breeding farms in America, but there's breeding farms in Africa. There's breeding farms in other places as well. And I was just on a live, the one suit you showed me. They were talking about the Indigo was in there talking about the slave breeding farms in I think South America. South Africa. So they it's happening on both ends. So now, there should be no question about people who are having trouble trying to figure out, well, how come I can only find an Indian? Man, like I don't even know how to word it. How do you even word that? Like you just were made, man. You didn't come technically. You didn't come from a tribe, technically speaking. But your DNA is what's going to tell your story when somebody does something fucked up like that. And I keep saying it, I can't stress this enough. This is what I don't get about religion, and I'm not trying to go off, but it is still relevant to the topic. These people are supposedly spiritual, right? They're spiritual and God's talking to them and God created everything and all this stuff. Why do they think science is not something that's from their creator or nature or the universe or some shit? How come they don't attribute that like, yo, I would have lost all my history if it wasn't for DNA? Instead, they're disrespecting it. The European did not create DNA, y'all. They didn't create it. They're studying it. They're looking at it. They found it. The same thing they did with America. They didn't create America and find this land or whatever in their imagination and then project it into reality. They found it like literally with people already here. They found Africa with people already there. That's how that happened. And then they studied those people. They studied the earth. They studied metals and chemicals and stuff like that. And you're running away from it. You're running away from all of the shit that you helped initiate in the first place. That's the craziest part about it. But I just, through all of that, I just don't see how they don't see like there was a greater or a higher power. Like, how come they don't attribute that to a higher power that someone thought that they erased you, right? Go back 100, 200, 300 years. They thought they were erasing you, and DNA, something they don't even understand. If you bring them back from the dead and tell them about DNA, they're going to be like, huh? Well, what are you talking about? And all of their crimes that they committed, like, yo, and they could see, well, if they lived long enough, they could have gotten in trouble. So we can't let people get away with, they're already gone and we can't do anything about it. But these certain things that we find in technology that's helping us tell the story that people tried to cover up, we're responsible for keeping that shit alive because we can't lock nobody up. We can't beat up their kids. You know what I'm saying? Their kids. We can't do nothing.
Right.
The only thing we have is the truth. The truth is the way out. You cannot erase this shit and create another identity. You're panicking. And we, as your brothers and sisters, whoever is, you know, on the path of truth and trying to tell the real story, we just want you to accept reality. That's it. We're not trying to call you less of a person. We don't have none of these tactics or anything. If Africa ends up being great and we find some greatness, then yeah, we represent it. We hold it, you know, with pride. But we're not trying to be better than nobody or try to say we were first. We're only just teaching you the truth. And if you find something else that debunks the shit, fine. But it ain't even us that you got to argue with. You got to go out in the field. You got to go argue with people in the field. You got to hit the books. You got to go to the universities. You got to make a curriculum. You got to show your method and how you came to the conclusion if you're actually finding something that's really supposed to be added or flipping, you know, the timeline upside down and some shit like that. But this is our responsibility, y'all. We can't.
Yeah, we the custodians, man,
for justice, but other than reparations and marching and all of that, getting involved in the system and all of that, but that's cool. We got people doing that already, but nobody's telling the story. Instead, people are trying to throw away the story. Like they're done with the identity. You don't want to be black. That has nothing to do with your ass being black. And what he's saying in the narrative, that it's not something you should be ashamed of. Suiton and Port showed you over 1,000 years ago, you were already black. You were already a Negro before you came over here. Like this is something that is not new. It's in Zanzibar. It's in Guinea. It was the land of the blacks.
That's
right. The land of the dark. What is it? The dark faces, the burnt faces. And it wasn't a bad thing. Being dark was actually a good thing. They knew who they were. To the point people be trying to spray paint shit on themselves to look like you. Make my picture darker. Give me some tint. Sitting out in the sun, getting into the ultraviolet little things to get dark. Like it's not a bad thing. You're supposed to think that you're less than somebody. If it works, then they win. They already know that black is not bad. So you're just helping out with that shit. And like I said, on this next one, I'm about to show y'all who really thought Africa didn't have anything and why people had to recently, within the last 50 years, say, look, we got to get more discipline and retell the story of Africa because we've been sitting here teaching the world that Africa ain't shit. Africa's nothing. These people's history start with slavery. And that's what people have been telling people. And now that we're involved in it and Africa is involved in it, their scholars are involved in it, they get to tell their actual story. So now you're calling Africa a liar. You're not even talking about the Europeans. So all that talk about you're using the Europeans' information. No, we're not. We're using African sources now because Africa gets to tell their story. You're stuck using European stories. And that's why you have to stay at the time period before Africa was able to tell its own story.
That's right, y'all. Team Africa versus every fucking body.
And you know what's weird about the whole thing? When you actually look at history, and people say, Africa didn't have anything. They had a whole conference, the Berlin Conference.
Right.
And what was it? 1884, I believe.
Yeah, we can look it up if you need to. But yeah,
1884.
The Berlin Conference,
where they literally
chopped the fucking damn Africa up in the different parts. Yeah, the scramble of Africa.
Right. So they went in there to get all the resources for a place that didn't have anything. They sure went in there and divvied it up.
Yeah, they divvied it up.
So,
the scramble of Africa.
Right. So when we look at it, it's like, oh, Africa didn't have anything. Well, why did all those countries go in there and get everything? And then they had to establish a colony in South Africa. And that's when, they put apartheid in and you have the minority pretty much over the majority over there. So I even saw like a documentary on was it the cocoa? Is it what do they do for the chocolates? Is it
Oh,
cocoa?
the cocoa is really good. It's in West Africa, the one I'm talking about. I'm not sure about South Africa, but
Oh no. I'm just saying in Africa in general, where I saw this story.
cocoa is like a big ass production. They Hershey, they got farms and all types of shit, but they underpay the farmers. That's
Yep.
the problem.
Yeah, they
They-
produce everything from there, shipped
Yeah.
out. They make millions or billions off of the chocolate and then
Like-
give them pennies.
Yeah, like Hershey, the European chocolate makers and stuff. I think 70%, 73% of the world's chocolate comes from West Africa.
Right. And with shea butter, is that what it is too?
I can't recall anything about the butter, but I know for sure that damn chocolate. I would have to look into the butter, but I mean, I'm not surprised. But you got different crops and stuff. I know cocoa was just one of them.
Yeah, because they do it by
For
hand.
sure.
I
Yeah.
sat there and watched them.
So if they make butter from the cocoa, I mean, I don't know if they do that,
I
but I
want to say
know
this.
they harvest that shit and they are like killing it as far as like the industry is, but the industry don't pay the farmers decent wages for it. And yeah, Lily said Shea brother from Ghana. So yeah, we produce a
Yeah.
lot on West Africa, and people try to shit on it like they don't contribute, but they produce that. They got oil reserves on the coast of Africa and everything.
Yep.
So what the fuck they talking about?
So yeah, so like you know what, and I'm not gonna lie, I was totally like I didn't know anything about Africa. You know, I'm not even gonna lie. Up to a couple, like maybe a year or so ago,
Yeah,
I was like, because you know, you would always see the commercials growing up. It's like
yeah, they make
they
it
need
look
the
bad.
pennies.
Yeah, it's
No.
like feed a child for like a penny a day
Right.
for a cup of coffee, and you know, and they make Africa look shitty.
Africa
And
ain't got
yeah,
they so
Africa ain't shit.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I did a class when I was in college. I had waited till the last minute, and I was like, man, okay, I did the Christian class. I did, Indian or Hinduism. I did that class. I was like, what can I do? I was like, oh, African studies. Yeah, I'll take that. Oh my, that
Oh,
one I was
man.
on my butt. I actually
a
did
Good smack in the face.
I actually did a thing on my YouTube. Actually,
Mhm.
it was what was his name? I did it. I actually got a good grade on it, but I had to do a thing on it, a research paper. So that was my final. Was actually on my YouTube. But man, I was sweating on that class. I was like, oh my gosh,
Hmm.
I don't know anything about Africa.
and it's so much.
It's so much, man.
Or you fall in there, you're gonna drown, man. You gotta tie a rope to yourself and walk out in that joint. Like that history is insane, bro. It's beyond.
It's never ending though, too.
You can't deny it.
Yeah.
Because nobody who in the world would have time to sit there and make up all of that shit. Nobody has that.
They even had stories of all the artifacts and all the paintings and everything from the tribes. They actually brought it over to New York and had an exhibit. So they were like when you see like Black Panther, where he was like, these are my artifacts and stuff when he was in there. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And then you stole them out. They actually did that. You know, all the stuff that was in New York, they had like a big art gallery that opened up. And just, you know, going through and looking at it, I was like, man, this is right. They totally like dug into Africa. Jeez.
For real.
I mean, you know, them divvying it up, going in there, the Congo massacre, that was heartbreaking.
Yeah, the Rwanda.
Yeah.
That shit was ugly.
Willie Bester. So if you get a chance, I got a thing I did on Willie Bester. That was on my YouTube that I did for final. He was an artist. But yeah, I didn't know anything. Like I said, I was under the same thing. So I can kind of sympathize a little bit when some people, you know, when only the ones that's like, my home's here, what's there in Africa? That's what I used to be like.
Right.
You know, because I didn't know anything about it. That's something they don't tell us here. They don't.
Yeah, they
tell
disconnect you. That's the trick. They want to always disconnect you from Africa.
And
You know what
Sue
I'm
about to
saying?
show y'all from the horse's mouth. So y'all get
Right.
ready for that
That's
memorandum.
the game
From the
plan.
horse's mouth, the
Mhm.
plan was to disconnect you from Africa.
Yeah, that's the game plan. They always that's what they want to do. That when they've got you over here, they wanted to separate you from that. Because if you separate the two, it can't grow. But like if that's why they don't like Pan-Africanism or Pan-African people that identify with the shit. Because that's one of them things. Oh shit, if everybody can embrace their Africanness and they all respect that they're all identifying with Africa and they're all African descendants and that and across the diaspora we're all one. Wow, you know how powerful that is.
Mhm.
If you really put aside all of the bullshit, right, and just look at the power just in the Pan-Africanism power, you know what I'm saying? That's a force to be reckoned with,
Yeah,
and they never want that.
What we're doing right now is part of the plan. Even
Yeah.
though we take pride in what we're doing and it feels like, oh, these guys are on the right side. I like what they're doing. Guess what? We're still stagnated because
Mhm.
us having to do this again when this is already established and it's already known sets us back. So because of their behavior and because of them falling into that snare, we have to go back and do this again because, I mean, obviously, if we care about our people, we're going to do it. We ain't going to go, man, fuck them. We're going to try to teach
Right.
them. You see what I'm saying? So this is all part of the plan too, even though we think that we not. We
Right,
fall victim
right.
to
This
it
is
because
part of it too.
there are people, so we're still in. Yeah, that's
And we give a fuck.
So here, let me tell y'all this, right? So one of the biggest reasons I started learning a little bit more about Africa, especially after my class, is I used to do a lot of I guess shadow debates with a lot of conservatives. I got a friend that he has a really big platform on Facebook. So I get on there and I debate a lot of conservatives because they flock to his website because of a video he put out a long time ago. So one of the things that I looked into, and especially in regards to Africa, if you look at all the countries when they came over, right? Because they were like, they'll say like, Africa's nothing, it's a shithole, right? Well, if you look at all the countries before they came to America, they were in the same position. There was nothing different than all the other ones. When you looked at Italy back then, you looked at Europe coming off of the Black Plague and stuff like that. When they came over, one of the biggest things that they did was they worked here in America and they sent money back. Just like you'll see some people that are like Indian from India. They'll come over, and then you even have Africans now. So they come over and they send the money back. So we weren't able to do that to actually help Africa, so going up to where they had the land grab. So that was why it was constantly on the thing of being underdeveloped. So all the countries were actually developing off of what was producing here in America, right? So one of the biggest things that I actually had to look into is, how they always bring up like Chicago, Detroit, like New York, the bad areas, right? Well, a big question I always ask them is, when did it start? Because like I said, I'm a big date guy. When did the date start? When did it start to get bad? Oh, always at the beginning. No, that's not true. Because around 1910-ish, you had what's now known as, I guess, slavery, but immigration when they came over. All those 5 places were actually the heads of a certain family around that time. You catch my drift.
yeah.
The swarthy people, right?
The swarthy states of America family.
So you had, like I said, when the Italians came in, if you actually look at the families, the heads of the families, they call it the 5 families. So you had Chicago, with the big racketeering and stuff that was going on. You had Detroit, you had New York. So all the families actually owned all those places. And then that's where they called it the rise of organized crime. So when you look at, the migration of Black people coming from the South, coming out of slavery, there wasn't really any crime for the most part. I mean, it was petty crime. It was like vagrancy, or standing too close together, bullshit that they would get us on. So the crime really didn't happen until you got to about, I think it was pretty much, you had riots and stuff leading up, but it all came to a boil around the 1960s, of course, over, civil rights, a lot of people, getting killed, over leaders and stuff. And that's where it boiled down to. So, I say all that to say that that's when I started looking at Africa, because it was literally the same as every place else. It just wasn't getting funded like all the other places. And it was all part of how they disconnected us. So it's weird when you put everything together and you actually look at it in terms of different groups and then what was happening in the area. And that's sort of the things that I was doing.
Yeah, that's a good way to connect the dots on that shit, man. And for the people who say this never happened, and you can't, man. At this point, and for what we've been talking about and showing, man, this shit went down. Can't deny none of this stuff.
I definitely got to get me a backdrop and say were the numbers correct and
oh yeah, that's for your TikTok joint.
I'm thinking about doing that. Just I know I'm gonna catch a whole bunch in there.
Hey Rob, ask Buck is in the chat. The dude Buck, just ask Buck for a background.
Buck in the chat?
He'll send it to you. Yeah, he in our chat. No, on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he'll give you a background. Just tell him what to put on there.
Shout out to Buck.
Buck? He's in what?
He in our group chat.
Oh, he's in the show. Okay. Yeah, because I'm thinking, like I said, if I do like the transatlantic slave trade, I know I'm gonna catch all the weird ones. The numbers aren't correct. Well, how come they're not correct? I just have a feeling.
I mean, we need to entice them with the color red.
Make a red background. Put some trinkets all around it.
There you go.
God, I gotta look that up, man. I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know. I've scratched my head to that, so I don't know.
That's different, man.
It's deep, man. But it's definitely a materialistic thing. We just like shiny shit. Still to this day.
Damn, I'm trying to find this shit where they said that Africa was like the richest, but the poorest. Dang. Well, it's just so much stuff in here, man.
Rich in land resources and as far as the people, man. Like,
slave cargo.
That's why I don't understand, like, people that look damn like a damn African, y'all motherfuckers are African. Come on, man. I'm not African. Like, bro, yes, you are. You lying, bro. You fucking lying.
That's
bro.
what all of this is about.
Nigga,
this whole thing is about trying to convince somebody that you're not what you are.
Right.
Why it's taking so long? You gotta fight hard.
It's a hard fight. Y'all know how hard y'all gotta fight for this shit.
They throw in everything. I mean, everything they got, and it's not working.
It ain't working. And let me see these shits, man. I gotta show you all these joints.
Well, y'all gonna see. I ain't gonna. Y'all gonna see on the next one.
It's like they be on their own shit. And this cult shit, man. It's a cult. You gotta call it for what it is. It needs to be eradicated because y'all are fucking up the hearts and minds of our people. And y'all think we hard on y'all. It's like, no, man, y'all teaching some pseudo shit. It's pseudo history, pseudo historians. Pseudo historians.
I need to hang it up.
Where is this video if I can find? Y'all lucky I can't find what I'm looking for. You're lucky. You're bummer clod lucky. Where is that shit at? Peace, fam. Go ahead and like this video
All
if you haven't already.
All they got is denying the truth. Like that's it. Like picture that. You say you want to join an intellectual academic discussion. Fine. All right. We because they play the card like, well, you think only people that got degrees can fine. Okay. Show me what you got. Nothing. The only thing you say is that ain't true. Why? Look at my coloring book. Look, I got Google pictures. I got a book that I don't read.
Or you an agent.
That shit, you keep showing me a book and you don't even fucking read the shit. I gotta read the book for you.
Is this the agent like government, or are they talking about like agent like Matrix?
Bro, government, nigga.
We work for
the fucking government.
Racist branch of the government, the CIA specifically, which I don't know. I don't know what it must be. Some black dark undercover CIA
checks
we work for.
We getting the first and the 15th checks, nigga. That's what they saying.
Because I asked somebody, I was like, "What's an agent?" He's like, "You." I was like, "Oh, okay, that's not how you answer questions."
We work for the government to deceive the Native Americans who are allegedly the black people that are taught to believe that they come from Africa. And we need to push the history of the slave trade and the African ancestry and all that so they can further take over what they've already taken over. I like the whole story don't make sense to me. They already good. They did what they did. The people who did what they did passed away. It's already done. They did what they did to not just America, but other places in the world. These people do not care what you know. You see what I'm saying? What you know is irrelevant at this point. Now, if it was like 100 or 200 years ago, then I would understand. But oh, my bad. You was playing something?
These niggas are funny, yo. Oh my god, I'm about to cue a video, man.
Go ahead. But yeah, if it was 100 or 200 years ago, then I will understand why they think knowing something like that could stop anything. But this is already done. This shit is a sealed deal. We lost, and the way we win is to get back our wealth foundation and educate our people and protect ourselves. Get healthy. That's it.
That's it, y'all.
Ain't worried about you knowing you African. They already got what they wanted. It's over.
Watch this shit, y'all. Y'all listening?
So I am from North Carolina. Right? So let's play with this out there. Let's say that I am a descendant of West Africans. Let's be honest. Do I look African to you?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
That's bro. Damn.
Yeah, bro.
Yo, I can almost see the tribe written on your forehead.
Yo, that's what they on now, dog. Shit. That's the lost African mind, family. What y'all looking at right there? It's a clear-cut case of when you lost your African mind. You question, do I look African to you? You look like a whole West African, dog.
Run it back. Run it back.
The fuck is this nigga talking about?
Yo, wait, before you play it, you know what I thought he was going to say?
What's up?
I thought this was going to be an African, because you know how Dane Galloway pulled up an African on his page?
Oh, yeah.
I thought this was going to be an African saying, oh, you guys are from America. That's what I thought he was going to say. Right. He's saying he ain't African.
Right. Ain't that ironic, yo? Look at this shit, yo.
So I am from North Carolina, right? So let's play with this out there. Let's say that I am a descendant of West Africans. Let's be honest. Do I look African to you?
Yes, nigga.
No, I really want people to answer this.
Yes.
Do I look like an average African to you?
You look like Sway Lee with the haircut.
I look like those.
That motherfucker is in denial. Look at that. Do I? Yeah, bro. Look at that.
Indubitably.
Look at this shit, man. What if you don't look like an African, who do you look like, nigga?
Well, they didn't. Oh man.
This is the
If he
community.
ain't African, he an African descendant. That's all.
This is where we're at, y'all. Pay attention, y'all. Stay woke now. Y'all gonna be walking around like this dude right here. You gonna lose. This is what happens when you lose your African mind. Y'all think I'm playing when I say the shit? This is the lost African mind right here, yo.
An African mind is a terrible
Terrible
thing to
thing
waste.
that ways, yo.
Hey, that definitely does come from one of our revolutionaries too.
Who are coming out of Africa, who actually were born in Africa, do I look like them?
Yeah.
This nigga's in denial. Look at him.
If I do.
You do.
Indubitably.
We telling you, nigga.
Undoubtedly.
You
Without
are
a
like
shadow of a doubt.
whole African, bro. You are like the poster boy for Africa right now. In a good way.
Uncut too. Bro, you looking flawless out there. You looking uncut,
like,
untouched. I'm willing to say you
dog.
probably recently, your people probably, because you look like my cousins.
I
And
wish I had that
you
much
probably
African
recently
with me.
got over here, man. You doing good.
Yeah, you got the
Right,
look.
man.
The whole look. You good, fam. Why you want to throw that back?
And tell me why I've never felt an African spirit, African presence within me.
Oh no.
You see that? Yeah.
What the hell does that shit even mean?
Come on, homie. This is what's going on in the community, man. Y'all pay attention out here, yo.
Go back a little bit.
This shit is rampant in the fucking conscious community. What's wrong with us, yo? What's wrong with our people, Mo? What's going on? I gotta run this whole thing back, yo, because y'all don't understand, man.
And he want me to answer some shit like that.
Y'all
And
don't
tell me why I haven't felt
serious.
an African spirit in me.
This is, y'all. Y'all hear him? I don't have African spirit. Do I look African to you? Do you hear this dude? Look at him. He lost. There's
a European spirit.
Yeah.
Give me a you looking at it.
Got a fucking European spirit. These are grown ass men walking around like this now, denying they shit.
Jeez.
We're gonna run it back, yo, because we need y'all niggas to look at this shit and look how silly y'all look. This is after volume 5, and we got cats walking around like this. It's terrible, yo. It's fucking terrible. Look, listen.
So I am from North Carolina, right? So let's play with this out there. Let's say that I am a descendant of West Africans. Let's be honest. Okay. Do I look African to you?
Sorry.
Take that. Take that.
Yo. Take that. Damn. Do I look African to you? Yes, my dude.
And that's still, I can hear it.
Right.
His parents probably, I'm thinking his parents probably, because I can kind of hear it in his voice.
Man, that's a whole African right there. Strong African dominance. He want to just throw it away and put it to, hey, remember the technique is we got to take the African out, Mo. You got to take, every time I see that African, I got to take it out
and put it to the
side. That's what these niggas doing, yo.
I really want people to answer this. Do I look like an average African to you? Do I look like an African? Do I look like those who are coming out of Africa, who actually were born in Africa? Do I look like them?
Oh my God.
Lost. Look at him. He wants somebody to answer his question too. Look, do I? Yeah, you do look like you an African, dog. You are. What's wrong with that? He take his DNA test. He probably got like Ghanaian, fucking Cameroon, goddamn Bantu up and down, motherfucking Nigerian, Sierra Leone. These are grown ass men out here walking like this in the conscious community. And I don't know what's going on. Is it today in Galloway? What's got these niggas thinking like this?
It might be the water.
Something's going
It's
on.
the
The
corn,
weed,
man. It's the
the
corn.
It's the corn.
All of that.
Goddamn
children of the
American
corn.
corn.
They children of the corn, man.
Children of the motherfucking corn. This is a lost African mind walking around. He's so serious. He wants somebody to answer him. Who's gonna answer him? Y'all gonna answer this dude?
Hell no, I ain't touching that one.
Tell me if I do. And tell me why I've never felt an African spirit, African presence within me.
Oh, that hurt right there.
how would you even know what is going on?
That hurt. I haven't felt the African spirit in me.
Well, what does he feel?
How do you know? How do you gauge that?
Yeah.
How do you know what it is? What is he talking about? There's spirits in you and you feel it like, ooh, that's
You got a black
that's
mama,
Indian.
you got African spirit, nigga.
That's Indian. What?
You'll feel
I
it.
think these
I don't
niggas
feel
be
no
thinking about the jungle and shit.
Yeah.
I
They
know
think of the worst part of Africa, like niggas walking around with thongs and goddamn bones in their nose and shit.
You know
ain't
what
like that
kind of amazes me about this whole movement they got going on, or this whole cult thing? They act like racism's like gone.
Yeah.
Like it's disappeared.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out like what's actually going through the mind. Let's say, for instance, that Native Americans, they the government takes the land back, right? Let's just say it did happen. In what world do you think that they're gonna say, okay, we're gonna get this land to y'all? They didn't like us.
Right.
There's still a lot of people that don't like us.
Yeah.
That's
Some
their
of 'em
argument
right.
too. That the
Some of 'em-
reason why they don't want us to know about our true identity, air quote, is because they would have to give us the land back. Who? Why would they have to do that? They didn't give anyone the land back.
No, yeah.
So
just like I was asking B for real. Because she said she found the land that one of her grandfathers owned in 1850. And then I asked her the question. I was like, so he owned land in 1850 in the South. Now we're not talking about like the West, like California and stuff, but you're talking about in Louisiana during slavery. And then she tried to, do the laugh and then say that, oh, you act like it couldn't happen. Well, there was a big thing in 1850, like their hate was like personified to the point where we still weren't human to them. They take your shit. And there was nobody. I mean, there was literally nobody can sit there and fight back. You couldn't go to court for it because you weren't human until like 1960 on paper. So they just took your shit. Or if you weren't working for someone, I mean, granted, there were slave masters at that time. I believe they were all mulatto. Like mostly when I looked, majority of slave masters around that time were mulatto. Originally they were, African or black, whatever, but most of all the ones, like I said, were the mulatto part. But even so, they had what was it in the Homestead Act? Well, nobody black took part in the Homestead Act until, what was it, after slavery?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing that Jonas was like. He was like, oh yeah, my ancestor had land in like the 1850s. I was like, yeah, they weren't black if that was the case, because they were the only ones that would like I said, I think it was right at the war started, like 1861 or 62, when they instituted that. But during slavery, there wasn't, black people were on their P's and Q's because they literally were snatching people. They really wanted black slaves and black labor. That was the labor force, especially in the South, in those southern states like Alabama, Mississippi, I believe it was Texas as well, Louisiana.
Yeah, Texas took a long ass time to end fucking slavery. It's one of the last states, wasn't it?
Yeah, because when you look at it, it's like this. So you have, of course, had white people that were in power, and then you had, poor white people. One of their biggest things was they weren't going to let anyone black be above them. So when you had someone with the land, like there was something I believe it was like 1940. I got to look it up. It's in the paper, but it's a real famous case of there was a pastor. You know, he had land in like 1940, I believe it was, and in the newspaper they said that there was a possibility of him having oil on his land. So what they ended up doing was people in the town drug him to the line, tore his tongue out, killed him, forced his son. They were trying to do that to his son as well.
What's
Son
the year
left,
again?
I believe it was 1949. Hold on, actually, I'm gonna pull it up.
Where
because
at?
Yeah.
I believe it was
Yeah.
Georgia. Let me pull it up.
That makes
Black
sense. They were doing a lot of that underhanded
pastor.
shit to folks.
Y'all gotta get. Y'all don't.
Yeah, here we
understand how
go.
much damage y'all doing, bro.
Let me bring this up because this is what people don't understand about the way America was, and they're expecting, and I don't get it. It's like you're going hard at Native Americans, but won't you go after the people if you're really, you know, about it? Go after people that actually took the land. It
Right.
wasn't Native Americans; they got forced
Man,
off the land.
they cowards.
Everybody hit the like button. Hit that like button.
So let me show you this. Let me show you this because
Excuse me.
this is a story that I even verified in the newspapers. Because I was like, I wonder. That's how I did like a newspaper check. I looked up Tulsa because you see a lot of people say,
Lake
"Oh,
Lanier too.
huh."
You say
Lake Lanier.
Lake Lanier? I think I heard of that.
Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm about to
Yeah,
share.
that's the town they drowned.
It's about 8 of them too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a lot of them.
They drowned a lot of towns. There's
Yeah,
I think what Central Park in New York that's sitting on top of a town.
yeah.
Do you see this?
Yeah, you good.
Okay, so 1944. So this is 20 years before civil rights. Okay, so now all these people talking about they had land. This is what happens, right? So on March 26, 1944, a group of white men brutally lynched the Reverend Isaac Simmons, a black minister and farmer, so they can steal his land in Amity County, Mississippi. Members of his family, some of whom witnessed his murder, fled the state, fearing for their lives. The white men responsible for lynching him successfully stole the Simmons land and were never convicted of their crimes.
Damn.
So before his death, the Reverend Simmons controlled more than 270 acres of debt-free Amite County land that his family had owned since 1887. This was very unusual among black families in the South, where racism and poverty had posed obstacles to economic advancement for generations. The Reverend Simmons worked the land with his children and grandchildren, producing crops and selling the property's timber. In 1941, a rumor spread that there was oil in the Southwest Mississippi. A group of 6 white men decided they wanted the Simmons land and warned the Reverend Simmons to stop cutting lumber. The Reverend Simmons consulted a lawyer to work out the dispute and ensure his children would be the sole heirs of his property. So on Sunday, March 26, 1944, a group of white men arrived at the home of the Reverend Simmons' eldest son, Elridge, and told him to show them the property line. He agreed to do so. But while Eldridge Simmons rode with the men in their vehicle, they began to beat him and shouted that the Simmons family thought they were smart niggers for consulting a lawyer. The men then dragged the Reverend Simmons from his home about a mile away and began beating him too. They drove both Simmons' men further onto the property and ordered the Reverend Simmons out of the car, then killed him, brutally shooting him 3 times and cutting out his tongue. The men let Eldridge Simmons go, but told him he and his relatives have 10 days to abandon the family property. The white man who committed the lynching took possession of the land. The constable and sheriff concluded immediately that the Reverend Simmons had met his death at the hands of parties unknown, even though his son Eldridge and his daughter Laura were present and able to identify by name at least 4 of the 6 men responsible. The family fled Amite County over the next 2 days, fearing for their lives, before their father's funeral on March 29th. Eldridge remained in Amite for his father's funeral, but was taken into police custody the next day, supposedly for his own protection.
Wow.
Held in jail for
Hold on. Who the son got in custody?
Right. They took his son
Damn.
and put him in jail. The next day, supposedly of his for his own protection, held in jail for more than a week, despite being the victim. Eldred was released from jail on April 8th and was urged to leave the county together. So, here we go. Only one of the 6 white men responsible was ever prosecuted for the Reverend Simmons lynching on November 1st, 1944. More than 7 months after their father was lynched, Eldred and his sister Laura were arrested in New Orleans, Louisiana, on charges they had fled the state in order to avoid testifying as witnesses. I get that.
What kind of shit is that?
Yeah, so they fled in fear of their life, and now they're brought up on they're brought up on charges for that.
Fucking Jim Crow.
Yep. During the trial of 1944, Eldridge and Laura refused to name the perpetrators in the testimony because they feared for their lives in the event of a conviction. The one white man was ultimately acquitted by an all-white jury because of lack of evidence. So he was one of at least 14 black people lynched in Amite County, Mississippi between 1865 and 1950.
Where did the land go?
Yeah.
I didn't look at that part. I don't know.
That is ridiculous if they sat there, took the land, and then said, "Oh, you ain't got no evidence."
Yeah,
and that's talking about like what?
That's still that man's land. It should go to his heirs or whoever is still in that family.
And you know what's bad? So this story doesn't really highlight all the stuff in the newspapers, because they did this one, and there was another story that I saw where a man was walking down the street. One guy picked a fight with him. A white guy picked a fight with him, hit him with a club and all this stuff. The guy was running to try to go to like the court. So the group and another man joined in. They killed him in the street, and only one guy got sentenced for that, but everybody else did not. Just because he instigated, or I think it's either he instigated it or he actually did it, one of the two. But everybody else got off. And at the very end, there was like, he's just a Negro anyway. Who cares? So that's what I'm talking about. So when you look at like the newspapers and see how it actually was, like the stories that you hear now don't do any justice really, because when you look at the newspapers, they literally said everything that you would be like, man, dang, they really didn't like us for real. Like it was like out there in the newspapers. So to hear these people, it's like, racism didn't really end. It's more covert than anything else. So even at the end of this, you thinking you're going to get some land. I'm telling you, even if, like I said, even if I don't ever think it's going to happen, but even if the government took that back, you're going to have another company take that land. They're not giving it to black folk.
Oh, they all about taking land from black folks, yo. That shit happens all the time.
So
definitely.
that's why I don't understand this whole concept that they're doing. It's like you just causing stuff, but they're not going to give you no land.
They got a long fight. You ain't getting shit unless you claim African descent any damn way. That's the catch-22.
Oh, so Val. So the reason why they did trial, so when you're looking at American history, right? And I learned this from the Army. So what ends up happening is you have other countries that are actually looking in. So they had not the Geneva Convention, but there's an international law against human rights. So America has to do certain things to be in good graces with other countries. And that's one of the things where I think for the longest time, America couldn't sign one of them because they were still committing a lot of acts here. So they're trying to be like the big brother. So that's where a lot of pressure comes from different countries, just like the ending of slavery. Britain got their hands in it. And it wasn't, for anything really good. It was
competition.
Yeah. It's the same thing the North did to the South. Man, if we let them keep going, they could get more powerful than us. So we got to stop it.
European capitalism and the competition and the rise of capitalism. They ain't really give a shit about the the Africans, because you see that in the narratives and stuff that we've read over.
Yeah, and
You
it couldn't
see
have
that
been no moral principle guided move or anything, because some of the people who were helping stop it were still doing it.
Yeah,
So that's a dead giveaway.
yeah. The
Yeah.
biggest motivator, in my opinion, was those damn revolts that we've been reading about. The revolts. I think that really helped push the things, and all of the reports of the revolts that the Africans was getting. They was getting this intel, and they was hearing about what was going on, and they just needed to act on it.
Yeah, and one of the biggest clues about other countries, if you look back at Malcolm X, what he was doing toward the end, he kind of shifted focus, and what he was doing is trying to, with him working with Africa, he learned how they started to get liberated by actually pulling the human rights. I don't know if it was NATO, but for the international human rights. When he was doing that, if you look at the unsealed documents, like the FBI documents, I'll never forget looking at it. But the reason why they targeted him more is because he was shaming America. I believe it was Hoover was like, he's making us look bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's because he went and knew that in order for us to be actually liberated, we have to go to the nations and then get under a human rights issue. So it wasn't necessarily stuff here, because I mean, it was never changing. What did the British Navy do with the slaves they confiscated? You know what? I don't know. I know some. They
What
brought
did the
them back.
What did the British do with the slaves? Is that what
Yeah, because
they
I
went to
believe
some of them went to Nova Scotia. Like a lot of British went and sent some of their Africans to Nova Scotia. Some of them became hockey players. You hear that in Black Ice. There's a book called Black Ice.
Oh, really?
About it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
don't got that book, but I know it talks about it. But yeah, a lot of Africans, especially from Britain, the British sent a lot of them up there. So you got a lot of African history that came out of there with some of the Africans that got sent up there. Matter of fact, we should talk about it.
I think I read one. I think there was something yesterday or the last time that I read where even when they're caught, if they landed somewhere that was under British rule, since they were they either got rid of slavery or they were getting rid of it, they just stayed there.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't go anywhere else. I believe I read something like that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and that's a special time in history where Africans were fighting for different European nations, and that's when you see the African main fight was just for freedom, whether it was in the French army, American army, British army, Spanish army, etc. Right? Their main focus was like, as long as I get to be free and the conditions of the freedom and shit like that. So when you see that, though, you see different types of Africans emerging from those different types of European nations and stuff like that, and is the de-Africanizing of an African, and then kind of introducing them to new things, because it's a survival tactic. You're Christianized now, or you know what I mean. You're just a new person, but it was definitely a mindset. That's why religion, man, it goes back to religion and how it came back into Africa and plagued the indigenous African. You see that with the Islam, and we saw what they was doing to little boys. It's funny how they was using things to lure people, right? It's always something about enticing. They always been doing that. And then we saw in one of these books that I got over here where they was enticing the boys with the dates, because they was in fear of the people from the dates, the land of the dates, and they would put the dates down there, and the boys would try to pick them up, and then they kidnap them, take them to another country, chop their whole shit off, and then have them working in the Iraq plantation. That was wild. So all this stuff's a pattern.
Oh, Spanish and corn. Remember I read that? They sprinkled the corn on the ground. Remember how they said if you steal any of the corn, they turned you into a slave? So nobody wanted to do it. So they sprinkled it all over the place
To entice them.
to entice them, and then if they find somebody's corn, they turned them into a slave.
Yeah, just cause. So it's wow.
Or they used their slave, the Indian slave women, to entice men, because if you slept with a slave, then you became a slave.
Oh, word.
Yeah, you don't remember reading that one?
Damn, I rolled right past that one. Damn. I think I remember hearing you say. I don't know if I remember it like that though. Shit.
It was what is it, Bartholomew, or
damn,
Columbus?
You can't
one.
even get a piece of ass back in the day without getting enslaved. Shit.
Yeah, it was the one with the corn. Hold on, I'll bring it back up because that was crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah, they would just do a lot of tricks back then. They
were just trying to set your ass up.
Which one was it?
But that's what that was their whole thing, to try to divide. They would do it to go into different nations, cause divisions. Yeah, they were just all about that shit.
Let's see, was it this one? I think it was the Columbus Journal.
It's party time. It's always party time.
Oh, I remember what it was. It was the Boyd Journal, and he was talking about how they captured the Indians.
Fucking corn.
Corn, yeah. Because remember I said that's what
corn and goddamn red handkerchiefs, yo.
What David was doing, or Kwame was doing with his corn, was corn's the greatest thing.
It's the greatest thing.
What did they, you know what? Is that because of what Earth was doing with the picture? Is that why they got this thing with corn?
No, it came with it. Like, I heard this before I even seen any of them doing it. Like, there was a whole
corny ass niggas. That's
but the people who were first bringing that popularity about the importance of corn and all of that, they weren't saying they weren't African. They were just saying they were here first. These people are taking the same thing, but they're upping it to another level. Like, yeah. So they got the corn package, they got the Hebrew package and all of that. But now they saying we're gonna take it to, we're gonna one up them now. Forget what the older version was talking about. We got 100% Indian DNA, and we
all my
been
corn
here.
shit out. I threw all my corn shit out. All my corn flakes, corn starch, corn syrup. I had to throw all that shit out. Cornmeal, Cornish hen, all that shit gone.
Dang.
We threw the movie, the Children of the Corn in the trash. Ripped the film out of the shit.
Yo, all that shit gone. Scary, man. Y'all scared me with the corn. It's the something in the corn got y'all losing y'all African motherfucking mind.
Yo, I'm honestly scared of corn now.
Yeah,
I hadn't had corn in a long ass time.
What is going on? Why the hell would they mind?
You know what I mean? That shit sound like it was eat our corn. Children on the motherfucking corn.
Yeah, that boy was talking about the Milpa system for months. Didn't even know what the hell it was.
Is that where they got it from?
Yeah, Earth been on that bullshit. I was on Earth's no, Earth was on my live or something. I was in there one morning. He was in there talking shit. Not in a bad way. He just was I'm like, come on, man, come meet me at YouTube. If you gonna come over here, come over here. Yeah, like he don't want to come over there. I don't know. He just like his little pseudo following.
Where's that one? I wanted to.
But he got a little ego now. I can't fuck with him. His ego way up here.
He ain't built for YouTube.
Yeah, he ain't ready. But the funniest thing when he got on there, he cussed him out.
Yeah,
they must have got into it, man. All of them was together, man. It was like watching like a Marvel comic book, characters all come together. You know what I'm saying? And I was kind of rooting for him, man. I was saying, "Oh man, I can see that right there, man. Look at that." And then actually, you know,
got it.
Fighting.
I found it.
He found it.
Oh I did.
I'm gonna let you show this joint.
The thing be losing his temper sometimes. The Rock, the Stone Man, and shit from the family.
Yeah,
losing his temper and shit.
Fucking they little superheroes to me.
All right, now pay attention.
Peace
This
to
is
the chat.
how they used to do it.
You got it up?
Ain't
Yeah,
nothing
I'm
up
about
there
to show it right. I'm about to show it right now. This is how they used to catch them. This is horrible.
Joe.
So this is out of the John Boyd Christopher Columbus, page 130. All right, here it is. Actually, he went.
Y'all go ahead and like this video. Like this video. Support the team. Like the video. Subscribe.
All right, here it is. The method of enslaving. Founded, it was upon a code of unwritten laws among the Spaniards. Is interesting. If an Indian was found by a Spaniard having some corn, which he had stolen, the latter had authority to enslave him. As a result of this, the Spaniards scattered ears of corn about the country with great prodigality. As accessory to the imagined fact of theft, the relatives of the Indian might also be seized as slaves. Any Indian having a relationship with a female slave became himself a slave. And these women slaves were instructed to entice men to a new kind of ruin.
What?
If a slave took food from his master's larder to give his relatives, they by this act became slaves to said master. If food or goods were loaned an Indian and he did not return them or their equivalent, the man, his family, and his relatives became the lender's slaves. The system afforded a cheaper and easier means of acquiring slaves than any kidnapping excursion.
Holy shit.
Fuck, bro. What?
Wow.
Playing games.
That's crazy.
Playing games with your people, man. And some of y'all connect to these people. And you're just going to throw that shit in the trash. Nope, that ain't me.
And that was in 1514. Let me see. He also. Oh, look at this. So, this section right above it, they actually talked about some of the ways what was happening there too. So, this is a little bit of what was happening to the natives. In 1514, the Spaniards carried their government over to the continent. Kingdoms and provinces, towns and villages, chiefs and peoples, all were visited and fright stalked before every banner and desolation followed at the rear of every troop. Before each massacre, a form was observed, the preamble of which was something after this fashion. So then, let me see, is that part of it? Kakakwe and Indians of this continent, we are come to declare you that there is but one God, one church, one king of Spain, who is Lord and master of the country you inhabit. We therefore require you to come immediately and take the oath of allegiance to him. And then it might be brave Spaniards will fall upon them, setting fire to their houses, burning the women and children, massacring some men, giving others to the dogs, and saving a few they desire to keep for slaves, branding these with red-hot irons, marking fantastic signs of servitude on limb and body. Slaves were led along to the mines in droves, all joined by chains about their necks. And when one fainted by the wayside, his head was swept from his shoulders by a skilled swordsman, that the iron might slip off his trunk the more easily. Las Casas said that once of a troop of 4,000 captives, only 6 reached their destined places in the mines. The others all perished by the hands of their keepers. If we turn north to Mexico, the same tale of rapine, murder, and cruelty is told. If we go to the south, we hear no other story than of goods and land stolen, of men, women, and children murdered and massacred, of tribes destroyed, and kingdoms depopulated. In one place, a Spaniard gathered 6,000 Indians in avenues closed at either end, telling the people they wanted them to carry burdens, which office the Indians were willing to fill to the best of their strength. And then it gets into the corn, the sprinkle of the corn. So yeah, and that was from Bartolomé de las Casas. And that's one of the reasons why I guess he sympathized. He can still eat a
Yeah, he saw some fucked up
But-
shit when he was there. He saw the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
You know, he saw the dogs and he saw the motherfuckers putting out corn. He saw them burn the whole house down full of them. Like that, there was one thing that he wrote in there where they invited all of the nobles and shit in the village, and they all went in the house, and then they locked the house up and then set the whole goddamn house on fire, burning everybody down. They was on some old fuck you, pay me shit when they got here.
And was it Val that was asking about the dogs? I can't remember.
I can't,
because I had brought this up. This is just one of the in case anybody ever seen. So if you ever hear somebody say, oh, they just had muskets, how come they didn't fight? Blah 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 blah.
Them dogs, man.
Well, I just brought up one. You can, like, I know this isn't really academic, but you can actually go into the text and see that, you know, in Hispaniola, I think it was Don Ponce, he raised these things. So these are the war dogs, which let me see, origin. Often dubbed man's best friend, dogs have been partnered with humans and used in warfare since their domestication more than 50,000 years ago. Let me see, does it have their size? So it tells you about Xerxes. He had dogs. He had Indian hounds. I don't know what that looks like. But they go over the history of these dogs, and it tells you right here on March 27th, or actually no, here, Christopher Columbus was the first to use dogs as weapons in the New World. He released them upon the indigenous people of Hispaniola in 1493.
Yep.
And to disperse groups that came to stop his landing in Jamaica in 1494. But it was the Battle of Vega Real in 1495 that awoke Columbus to the potential that the dogs had as weapons against the inhabitants of the new land. So on March 27th, 1495, Columbus and his brother Bartolomeo marched inland on Hispaniola with 200 men, 20 horsemen, and 20 Spanish Mastiff dogs to do battle with the Arawak natives. Yep. So this is telling you what happened. So he gathered the dogs on the far right flank and waited until the battle had reached a high level of fury. He then released all 20 mastiffs, shouting, "Tamalos," meaning take them. The angry dogs swept down on the native fighters in a raging phalanx, hurling themselves at Indians' naked bodies. They grabbed their opponents by their bellies and throats, or as the stunned Indians fell to the ground, the dogs disemboweled them and ripped them to pieces. Spinning from one bloody victim to another, the dogs tore through the native ranks. And here it is. They can weigh up to 250 pounds and crush bones with massive jaws. And then it goes ahead and tells you each one. So it's John Ponce de Leon that actually like bred these things on Hispaniola.
I don't know if anybody ever been bit. Yeah, I've been bit by a dog, but I got bit by my puppy.
I still got a scar from where I got bit. And this was like one of my homies' dogs.
My mom got her guts pulled out of her stomach. Her guts was hanging outside her stomach from a German Shepherd. German Shepherd was the sweetest thing in the neighborhood and everything. And she was just sitting right next to her. Don't be afraid. You can pet it. She stuck her hand out and went straight for her stomach. And that's not even, that dog is probably maybe 90, 110 pounds. This is a 250-pound dog.
I'm going to put this in the chat. I want to actually look at this
with
one.
Armor and shit.
He actually, there's a story it said. I'm going to actually look this up. But they said there's a story. One historical account related in Corin's Paw Prints of History. So this is actually telling about the dog. So I got to look that up. But it's pretty much telling that the dog didn't attack the woman. I guess they wanted him to eat the woman because it said Bercerillo sniffed the woman and then disobeying his master's orders, turned and walked away. Well, I wonder. I don't know.
Could it because dogs can they know when you're pregnant. So that could be what that was.
I'm definitely gonna look that and see. But yeah. And then There's actually one, and this is what we did see.
Wait,
And
was it an Indian or a slave like that? It was.
yeah, so
Oh.
it said that the conquistadors were camped outside the settlement of Quepor in Puerto Rico, waiting for the arrival of the Spanish governor, looking for something to amuse themselves. Salazar gave a folded piece of paper to an old woman, telling her to deliver it to the governor. As the woman began on her way, Salazar released, the dog, commanding him to kill her. As the dog raced toward her, the woman dropped to her knees and was reported to have called out, "Please, my lord dog, I am on my way to take this letter to Christians. I beg you, my lord dog, please do not hurt me." They called it a lord dog? Really?
Wow.
Man's best friend.
Man, what the?
So it was an old woman. So, and you know what? We did read some of the accounts where they were just feeding the people to these dogs.
Yeah, dude. Yes, dog. Yes. Like, no point intended. Yeah, that's what they did. That's how they started this shit. And that's why the relationship with black folks and dogs is the way it is, man.
Oh, here's another book right here. So this is we
And
also read
indigenous
this.
folks, you know what I mean?
We also read this, that there was a famous dog. It was like their bread and butter dog. They drug it out and killed it with some arrows.
Who did it?
So right here, I did read this in another account. I believe it was on a Spanish website when we were, because this is a different site that I first brought up because they had the sketches of the dogs.
So hold on, did the dog got like murked in a battle or something?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, okay, that's what I want to hear. Okay.
So it said the
Bring that
campaign of
out.
terror committed through, I can't say, is it Bricerillo?
Bricerillo.
All right.
Yeah.
Came to an end one morning in 1514 when indigenous Caribs from the island of Vicuas captured Sancho de Aragon. According to Spanish historian Gonzalo Fernandez, in his 1535 Historia, the dog pursued the attackers who had taken off in dugout canoes by making his way through the water. The dog became an easy target and was hit by a volley of arrows. Get him.
They rained on his ass like they did in Africa.
Spanish soldiers cauterized his wounds, but he died shortly afterwards.
All right, okay.
He was given a secret burial, and according to Oviedo, was mourned more than their fallen comrades.
Now, okay, hold on. I know we were talking. I know we've been really hard on the indigenous, as far as like what we've seen over here. Do we have any more accounts of this, like this, of where the indigenous was attacking the Spaniards and shit like that with the arrows and stuff like that?
Yeah, there was there's some
with the Tainos and the Caribs and shit like that, right?
There was some also in South America as well. Remember
shout out to those people that was really here and that fought off, because there was a story and that did happen. So we'll try to extract that too.
on both sides, bro. No matter where you go in the world, whenever they met with colonizers, there was people who fought and people who didn't. There was people who were traitors, who were already had like prior beefs. There were wars before the European. We can't just sit there. Oh yeah, the European created war. Like people were fighting for
people
a long
already were warring.
So it's not like, oh, it was just a group of Indians here and then he pulled up and it was like, yeah, let's go to war, and then turn people against each other. Like, y'all be giving too much credit to the European. Human beings war with each other and they just took advantage of it. So yeah, it was people fought, people lost, people won, people escaped,
Yeah. And we passionate about the African part because they make it seem like, well, y'all ain't do shit. Y'all just let them get us. Like, hell no, we fought over on our shit from like before they got over there, when they got over there, on the boat, when we got off the boat, and ever since to whenever you went to this day. Well, we like, fuck that shit. We ain't taking shit. That's that resistance.
Yeah, it was the dogs. That was the biggest equalizer in this whole thing.
That was a nice way to control people. I mean, I'm to this day, I don't fuck with dogs, yo. And I had pit bulls. You talking to a person that I had dogs before, but those are my dogs, and I trained them. Anybody else dogs, I'd be like, oh shit, get that dog away from me, dog.
Yeah, because this one tells a story. The Vasquez, was it Nunez? Mm-hmm. He was using dogs against him, but I didn't even get a chance to actually go through because mostly what everybody always talks about. And I still got to go back, but it's in the 3rd decade.
Yeah.
Where they saw the Negro captives. But again, that was around because this is one of the ones where they say, "Oh, we were in the new, or we were in South America." But again, you know, I think around 1502, they were already in Hispaniola. There's also the other Spanish conquistador that's really not well known, as in like Columbus, but he actually went. I want to say it was before Columbus's 2nd voyage. No, he went with Columbus on the 2nd voyage. And then before Columbus went out on his 3rd voyage, he actually traveled through the Panama Canal and all through Panama, South America, Guyana. He went through, he actually established Venezuela. So he was in the area, and he got met, the natives there, like tore them to pieces. And then he got captured by Bernardo de Tarvis, which is a pirate. So he got captured there. And then he went back to Hispaniola in like 1511. So then right around 1513, they're like, oh, there's some Negro slaves in the mountains from a shipwreck. Well, like I said, during that time, which I got to go back, but there's another, I guess, article, because a lot of stuff is hidden in Spanish text. Some of it's still in Latin. I can't read that. But it's all part of, let me see, I believe it's right here. So it's all part of, it's not necessarily hidden in America. It's in a different country, different language.
Right.
Omit, yes. But unless you actually look at all this stuff or know somebody that's going to translate it.
Yeah, it's hard.
Because there's a codex that they have. That thing is in Latin. I can't read it, but it's a nice codex. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just wish I knew what it said. But this is the one right here where he's talking about the dogs. But there's two decades. So when people use this passage, they skip right over the 1st and 2nd decade. So you see all this? I think it's down here somewhere. But they skip there and it's like, oh, see it? They got Negro. It's like, yeah, they only said it like one time, bro. So yeah, right about Rio Negro. So I don't know what that is. Yeah, right here. So 286, where they got Negro slaves. So they have to go 286 pages just to get some Negroes.
Ain't that a bitch?
So I don't know what happened in the 1st or 2nd decade. So I'm gonna go back and actually read that because I'm kind of curious.
It's tough.
But yeah, there's a lot of battling, a lot of warring. He's the 2nd person to actually go through South America where he was. Because like I said, 10 years prior, there was another one that wasn't Columbus that went through there. And I'm pretty sure there was more because I found there was like 3 other names that were in that same location. But again, just knowing or just looking into the Spanish stuff is hard. Unless somebody knows Latin.
Yeah, I don't know that shit at all, bro.
I think it's a forgotten language, if I'm not mistaken. I don't even think they use like the pure Latin anymore.
No.
So I'm gonna sprinkle some corn out.
You gotta sprinkle some corn out for these niggas.
Get your knowledge up.
Yeah, son.
That's still crazy, man. Put corn, just trap. They were entrapping
I'm
people.
telling you, they were doing that. Corn and red handkerchiefs, bro. That's how easy it was back then, apparently.
And
So
that's
you know,
just again,
we fell
this is
for it
what
and they did
is
too.
documented, y'all.
Huh?
This is what is documented. We're not going to sit here and pretend like there was people walking around with notebooks and recorders and recording everything. This is just what survived.
Yeah.
So there's
that's
other
all
shit that happened. And
that we
within
don't
what
even know
has
about.
been preserved, we have all types of different ways. There should be no question. How did they do it? It's there to show you how they do it, and they still do it today. Like if you go look at some of these serial killers and human traffickers and stuff, when they get caught, there's a whole story, documentaries come out, court cases. They use the same techniques. They have technology along with it. The same approach. It's no. What do we tell our kids? If somebody tries to give you some candy, right? All our parents said that. Somebody walk up and tell you, hey, I'm gonna give you this and follow me over here. It's the same shit. This ain't nothing new. So it's not like they signed a piece of paper, because this is what they make it seem like. They say, you hear them arguing and they're like, yeah, these Pan-Africans like to say, the slave trade and this and their ancestors and DNA, but the slave trade ended in such and such year. As if when they signed the paper, and they all sat down at a table and agreed to it. And we're not going to say that everybody was in agreement with slavery, that's not the point. The point is, what makes you think that someone in their mind would just stop? Like they're on boats, right? They're slaves. Think about this. They're slaves at the time of signing. They're slaves at the time of debate, at concluding, at the final decision on whether they're going to do it or not. There's slaves in boats. There's plantations. So they all just it's a computer. You just hit enter and then it injects into the damn operating system, and then everything must conform to what the new code is. That's not how that works. It was a process. So now this is what we're going to do, and this is the mission we're going to carry out. So now it's a mission to stop this. It's a fight after that. So now we have hundreds of more years of us trying to end slavery. But in their heads, they get like the quick information, and everything is like a movie type setup. So it's like, yeah, it ended here. So that's where it stops. Now you can't talk about slavery after that date, because in their head, that's when it actually stopped. So everything they say is unrealistic. Their research is unrealistic. Their beliefs is unrealistic. Everything is, there's no method. You can just say whatever the hell you want, because you're just writing your own story.
And you know what, to make matters worse? I don't like to get into it too much, but have you ever looked in the Treaty of 1866?
The Spain? 1866.
That's in America.
Moors?
Refresh.
It's dealing with the Choctaw.
The Choctaw Treaty?
Called the Treaty of 1866.
Oh yeah, with the
Negro
and stuff.
Huh?
Where they were allowed to get them at a certain age?
No, so the Treaty of
kicking Negroes out and all that.
Slavery ended in 1865, right? But that wasn't the end of slavery for all Black people, because you also had, how people say Juneteenth, right? The actual ending of slavery was 1866. The Choctaw kept their slaves for a whole year after. They were not giving them slaves up.
Yeah.
So they had to come to an agreement with them as well to get them involved in it.
Right. So the Cherokee and different tribes, they had to have the government help, because the Choctaw said, hell no.
Yeah, they refused to do it.
1866.
Yeah, I do remember that they were reluctant to give up the shit. That's why they had to come up with the treaties, because of the reluctance.
Exactly.
Yeah, America.
So the Treaty of 18, and they told them that I believe the way it went is, if you don't give up your slaves, we're going to take everything back. And they finally did it a whole year after. So the reason why it's not in American system is because it's a sovereign nation.
Wait, so how does this work? How do you fit this when you add the Black indigenous belief? So if we're those people, I don't get it. How does this work?
Well, and that's why I always find it funny.
Do they talk about? I haven't heard anybody talk about.
Well, they say they're here before all of that
it.
shit. That's the thing. They're saying they're here before all of that. Some of these motherfuckers are like, we're here before all of this shit happened.
Well, they don't
bring. They be stopping. Who would be these Chickasaws and Choctaws that they're stopping from slavery, or just saying that we're not going to stop, slaving people, and they kept it going? Who are those people?
Well, the thing is they don't teach that portion in school. They don't teach, like the Trail of Tears. They don't really teach. Like if you look up any Trail of Tears movies or anything like that,
Mm.
they make it seem, or they give the assumption that it was all Native Americans. But
Right.
what it actually was is they had African slaves they took with them.
Exactly.
But they don't let that known, because when I learned, I looked up, the internet, and I was like, let me look up Trail of Tears. It's like a footnote. So
Right,
it's
and
all about,
every Indian on the Trail of Tears is not a slave, right? They're not being they're the transporters, right?
no,
No, they
so
just had to relocate.
they had to relocate.
Yeah, and they moved to
It was
like
a harsh.
Oklahoma.
I
So
gotta
they-
say, it was a harsh relocation, very
right,
harsh. Like a
very
lot of people
harsh. A
died.
lot of people died. Now this
But
was part of that.
So
This
at
was like
that
post
time,
Seminole.
they didn't have any help from the tribes that were going against the other tribes.
Well, no. So that's why I say it's a very big nuance. Just because I try not to talk about it, because it's like one of those things where I don't know how it would land.
Mhm.
Just because you did have in the very beginning, they enslaved Africans, right? But it was more of, like I said, with pretty much any group. This is my family. I don't know them. So, okay, we're going to do what, these Europeans are doing. Well, when treaties started breaking, or when people said, you know what, they're not really bad, or however it happened, there was an infighting with these tribes, like the Seminoles and stuff like that. So there was infighting. Nobody really fully agreed on enslavement, except for the 5 civilized tribes. So those are the main ones. And that's why I always laugh. And when people is like, oh, I am Native American. Oh, okay, which tribe? And they always name one of the 5 civilized tribes.
Yeah, that enslaved Africans.
And I'm like, dude, can't you pick another tribe or something? You're literally naming a civilized tribe that chattel slavery. You're naming one. So, but anyway, when they were forced off, because there is one story of someone that was in the Cherokee actually signed, I guess, the treaty for them to give up their land, but not everybody in the Cherokee did that. So when they got relocated, they took their slaves with them.
Oklahoma, and that's why you have these rich black folks that's coming out of Oklahoma,
right?
Because of the admixture between all of these tribes, like post Seminole War and shit.
Yeah, and here's the thing. So remember when Martin Luther King was talking about these slave masters were getting reparations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and most of the time when we talk about reparations, it's for slavery. Well, some black people did get reparations because of the tribes.
Correct.
So the Indian or the Native Americans that had those slaves, when they gave reparations, it gave them as a tribe. They also made them part of the tribe. So that's why they got those reparations, like Sarah Rector and all the other people.
Land, the wealth, the oil that's on the land. They became overnight successes because of that. And, and then the laws was lax. That's why Black Wall Street thrived the way it did, because of those initial things that allow Africans to be able to be a part of that wealth transformation.
Exactly. Because I didn't put it together, but I was like, Black Wall Street, and then on top of the reparations, and then the black people that were part of the tribes, they were actually slaves at first, but the government said, nope, they're part of your tribe.
Part of your tribe.
Now they get the wealth as well.
You get benefits, they got benefits. So whatever they got, they had. So that's when that wealth was good and booming. Meanwhile, you got other areas that might not be doing so good, but you had Wilmington. Wilmington was pretty thriving too, but it wasn't thriving like that area was. It just had a lot of oil and stuff around there. But yeah, you just see that.
But I didn't know, like I said, I didn't connect the dots when it came to.
I didn't connect the Trail of Tears to the Oklahoma joint. I don't know why I didn't. The black, that's
well, because like I said, in school they don't teach you that, or like I said, it's one of those things where they might mention.
But there's 3 things. There's I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, dog. But there's the Florida Seminole Wars. That's part A, and then the Trail of Tears, and then the relocation to I guess Oklahoma. All of that is together.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. So when, like I said, go back and look at these movies, look at stories, like even type in Trail of Tears.
No black folk.
They
Shout out to Route 66.
they gloss over the black slaves that they have. So nobody really kind of pictures that. So you'll see a lot of people like that sympathize, like, oh, look what happened to the Native Americans. Oh, the black people, they do this and this and this. It's like, well, we were there as well. Not like all of us, but the ones that they had.
No, they don't tell that
with them.
story. Like there's like, you know, I've recently not that long found out that, you know, I know I talk about it all the time, but I ain't know that all the time that you know, Indians and it had enslaved Africans. I
Right.
didn't know that the whole time in history. I never knew that the whole time, especially in school. This is something I'm reading on the outside. I'm like, oh shit, really?
Mm-hmm. So now when you go to the end, when you get to, you know, when slavery ended, it blew my mind. But if you actually look up the Treaty of 1866, sure as shit, the Choctaw said, no, we ain't giving up our slaves, and kept them a whole year after slavery ended. They, like the government.
What treaty is that again?
It's called the Treaty of 1866.
Because I remember reading one of them joints. I might have read the Constitutions. Because those are crazy as shit too. About Negroes. And that's why they had that you know, the vilification. And that's why you got this issue now between the two, because of the money and the you know what I mean? The government said, y'all gotta recognize these Negroes of African descent that y'all had. But those people that's of African descent can claim that. All you jive ass turkeys saying you ain't African, y'all fucking it up. So that's not y'all fight. Y'all are the internet Indians. This not y'all fight, because if you know what I'm saying, it's those descendants that are tied into that shit, not y'all. Y'all faking. Y'all got feathers in y'all shit. These are real people that's connected with this shit. That's their fight, because there's still some shit going on between that, because these nations still are saying fuck y'all black folks.
Yep.
And what y'all saying, what y'all doing is y'all making it even worse for them.
And just like there's one
Africa. That's right.
I'm not gonna mention her name because she's a live wire, but I just say that there's some people that are Choctaws. Like, man, you know, they released all their slaves in 1866.
Yeah, y'all don't remember?
You just proud, huh?
Yeah.
You just, yeah, okay. But like I said, every single time, I rarely meet someone outside of the 5 civilized tribes. I rarely. Well, now I guess they're just, I don't know if they're making up names or.
No, if they say I'm Choctaw, Cherokee, Seminole, fucking Creek, all the motherfuckers.
They're kind of shying away from Seminole because they can't win that one. They can't say that that's not African. The African was.
That's African, bro. Like if you don't claim, like if anything, you need to claim that, because that's like at least is African.
Right.
But these rest of these Jones, you need to shy away from, because they ain't you. Y'all are trying to claim something that you're not.
Oh, you know what?
Shout out to everybody that are themselves and who are just remembering who they are, but y'all are just hijacking somebody else's shit.
I just want to mention this because I get so sick and tired of this. So the $5 Indian thing, right? I get so sick of people doing that, because if the shoe is on the other foot, they start calling us names or saying different stuff like that, man, there'd be an outrage, right? So I just want to show this one time. And this is about lookership. Let me see, what year is this? So let me find this, and this will be the last thing I want to show tonight.
That's cool. We can close out after this anyway.
Okay, so I just want to show this one thing, because when people do this whole lookership thing.
Oh, we already showed that lookership shit earlier with them damn moch culture in Peru. Y'all gonna keep on fucking around and find out.
Yep. Go ahead, keep looking at shit, because you're creating lessons for people. So
keep on.
We ain't gonna block you or nothing.
Yep. We're gonna put you right there.
All right.
On the mic.
So I want to get his actual date of this picture, and I want to make what date was this? Okay, cool. Right here. So this is Sitting Bull, right? Every time they show this picture, they always want to say, look at them, you know, something derogatory, and then say $5 Indian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now notice this, and I always tell them dates, right? So this is 1885. Now, the Dawes roll, and this shit pisses me off so much. And I keep telling us, like, y'all need to stop saying that crap, man.
Now let me get it straight. The Dawes roll has freedmen in it, right?
It does. But
And is it free men or is it freed men?
freed.
It's
Well,
right?
yeah, it's both, right? I know it's definitely with a D.
freedmen, yo, straight up. Because
All
these are freedmen because they were enslaved at one point in time in their lives.
So this is the point that I want to get, because they keep on using that $5 Indian, and they really need to stop saying that crap. Here's the point. The $5 Indian only applies to the Dawes roll when people paid $5 to get on the roll, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those dates are 1898 to 1914, and it's not that many people. I mean, it's not like a whole epidemic. I mean, it was people trying to get into Oklahoma for the most part, right? So now, if the Dawes roll starts at 1898, then logic dictates if it's before that date, it is not a $5 Indian.
Mm-hmm.
So this was 1885, this picture. That means this is how Native Americans actually looked.
Mm-hmm. Authentic.
How many
Yeah.
years is
A
that?
true American right there. Y'all looking at y'all haters.
So
Y'all
that's
haters.
and they do that. It was like, oh, look how they look. I mean, they do. No, dumbass.
Blow that up.
Look, 1885, right? 1885
Mm-hmm.
is what, 13 years before a Dawes roll.
Y'all see that?
So it is not a $5 Indian. That's
Look
how
at
they
that.
actually fucking look.
That
Years again?
Huh?
How many years was it again?
So that's 13 years prior
15 years.
to a Dawes roll.
that is a true American right there.
So
And then check this out. Where
Watch y'all,
where
motherfuckers.
else are these people? Where would you place this person in? Because this is a unique look from
Right.
everybody else in the world. If this ain't a person that was there, they ain't make them that quick. Where is this person from? This is
a whole group of people like that now.
Where does this person belong? What land does this person belong to? Nobody even looks like this person.
right.
Shout
and
out to
then
the Native American Indians.
also
Shout out to y'all, the true real.
so
Y'all are trying to hijack they shit.
so then you have they do this crap. What is it? The actor one?
The actor, the fake dude.
God, where's that
Man,
picture?
that
where they
dude was
do that?
white though. That dude, you talking about the one that they try to like?
No, where they do the picture where they say they were actors.
Oh,
Um,
I know there was one white
Oh,
dude that
yeah,
was
next
holding
to
his
the
one for
wall.
years back in the day.
let me see if I can pull it
He
up.
was like the sound of Native. I ain't know he
Come
was
up when
fake
they said
either.
they was like models for a photo shoot.
Yeah. So it's this. Where is it?
I know that hurt y'all.
What was it?
Y'all little
Native. It was like the circus or something. What was it?
indigenous hearts out there.
I'm just gonna put circus if I'm not making like no fun or anything like that.
Oh
just
no,
in
no,
case.
no. We making fun of the Pretendians for sure.
God, but is it this one? Oh, this might be it. Is it this?
When they were trying to lie and say they were actors or something.
Yeah.
Oh, behind that brick wall. It was a
is it-
brick wall or something. I do remember that image.
Yeah, they use
Yeah. So
It was
I
a
wanted to,
scene
but
or
it's the
something.
same thing. It's literally it's before the Dawes roll dates. And what happened,
So hold
is
up, these images are before those Dawes Rose dates.
the ones that they show
Mhm.
whenever they try to do like comparisons, you always got to look at the dates. So I mean, I can't really
They
do
try to
that.
act like these are props and like, oh, look at that, they're fake. They're not the real us. That's the saddest shit in the world. Y'all are some nasty motherfuckers.
Is it this one?
Why do y'all want to take?
Oh,
these
that might be
shit?
it. Yeah, I think it says the Circus of Buffalo Bill. Oh, that is it. Hold on.
Y'all are some dirty motherfuckers, man, trying to take this people culture.
Let me see. Circus. Let me see. Circus of Buffalo Bill. let's see when that was. Of Buffalo Bill.
I got some sticky ass fingers, man.
Is it this one?
Everybody, thumb up the video. Thumb up the video. Put your thumbs up on the like button and thumb up the video. I appreciate y'all.
Oh, this is because this ain't the one.
Facts.
But pretty much like I said, there's one that they have the actors and they're like, oh, they're actors. And that's like, are you serious? Like, you haven't seen anybody be doing actor. Like, there's actors literally playing roles all the time, but they're still whatever ethnicity they are. I mean, god dang, like
It'll be like, yo, that's a black actor. Okay. Still
he's
black.
not black, he's an actor. He's still black. Like,
Bro,
shit.
that is super slow. That is the slowest statement I ever heard in my damn life.
I can't find. I know who is it.
That's a
Monty
Native
has that
American
picture, and then a lot of people is like, "Oh, they're actors." It's like, dude, like you can't have Native Americans or American Indians at that time. They can't be actors. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, yo, you see that movie Wakanda? They're using Africans
Man.
in there that are actors. Africa ain't real. Ain't no such thing as Africans. Those are
Hey, hold
African
on.
actors.
They are authentic actors.
But I can't remember the picture. But it was like a picture like this.
Ridiculous.
But again, when you see, is it this one? No.
I
can't
think
find
it's got like a brick wall or something in the background of it or something. It was a couple of pictures. I think I remember vaguely of what you speak of on TikTok. I think that's the first time I saw it.
But again, my point is this. If you see a picture of a Native American and it's before that date, that's how they fucking looked. I mean, seriously. They was like, oh, look how they look now, the $5 Indian. Now, this is the only year that really counted. You might say, anything in this year or after, but I mean, they're just being really messy, man. What about this? Native American Library of Congress. I know there was pictures there too.
Y'all messy, yo. Y'all messy with it, yo. We trying to. Y'all gotta run this back, yo. Run this video back, yo. Look at that Moch culture in that video.
So
Let's
yeah.
close out
So
with
here,
that.
yeah. So here's one of the like Sitting Bull again, and here's the other thing.
Look at that.
He's got family. He's got a line.
Look at that. That is a true American indigenous person right there. Authentic. Not none of you jive ass turkey, you little internet fake ass Indians. Take notes.
So like I said, that shit just like it boils me. It's like, so you're
Y'all
saying
trying
that's
to
not real?
take his place. He don't got no afro. He don't, you know what I mean?
I think it was like Chief Thunder or something like
No
that.
offense,
That was
but
one
you
of
got the
them.
Horse hair and shit.
None of that.
Just like they described. That's the matching description.
The same shit.
That
Yeah.
is not you. I don't care about no straightener. We used to use aloe vera.
We had fucking perm kits and then indigenous perm kits and
It
shit.
don't
No, you
matter,
didn't.
bro. When the water hit that motherfucker, that's
That
what it
shit
is.
gonna lock up and fry. You
Was
know
it?
that shit.
Oh, Chief Thunder.
Blowout.
Like Chief
Nigga, you know how
Thundercloud. I think it
shit
was.
is, yo.
Is it Chief Thundercloud?
Carpet, you know what I'm saying? Carpet.
Yeah, I don't know if that was actually one. Oh,
Different.
this is one right here.
See, look at that. Shout out to the original American Indian. I know this burns.
Where that froze at?
Where the fro at?
See, I'm not sure.
Where the indigenous fro?
Wrestling.
This is us. These are our peoples. These
See,
are
I
our
don't know.
lands.
See, I don't know too much about, and this is why I tell people because they're like, won't you talk about the Native American stuff? It's like, dude, I'm a Negro. I'm black. I don't know that much about them, so I'm not going to speak on that.
You don't speak on that shit like that.
But I'll speak whenever it intersects.
Mm-hmm.
When
burn you.
it touches Black history, that's where I jump in.
Yeah, we
But,
there.
you know, somebody was telling me, you know, about the other roles. Like, I guess it's like the Miller role and all that. I was like, I only know the Dawes role. I don't know anything else. So, I mean, you got me on that one. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But Dawes rolling up. Yeah, I got you. See, I don't know if he's one or if this might be an actual actor. I don't know because it does say actor. I don't know. I just know like Sitting Bull and there's other ones that are Native American. I can't find it now. I think this was one too. I'm not sure. But anyway, if they see a picture, especially like Sitting Bull, which is a well-known one, and his pictures like 13 years prior to the Dawes role, that's how they looked. Sorry. It's not black.
Stop capping, y'all.
But all these other ones, I don't.
Shout out to the authentic, true American natives. Shout out to y'all, man. I know y'all been catching hell with these jive ass turkeys, but we here to defend the African part of this, man, and maybe keep your culture sacred and keep ours sacred as well, man. That's kind of how we rolling right now. Team Africa got 20 points on y'all jive ass turkeys. We on volume 6, yo. Where y'all at?
Nowhere
Look
to
at
be
this.
found.
Nowhere. Look at that, man.
Over there.
True.
Twirling feathers and shit.
Look at that, man. Look at that. That ain't y'all. Y'all fake ass pretendians.
So I don't know.
We were here first.
We grew out the ground. We grew out the ground, man.
We were original copper color nation of people. Get the fuck out of here. Did that like the nation of black people to you? The land of the blacks? No.
Yeah.
This is not the land of the blacks, bro. This stay shit, man. And y'all impeding on it.
On the plantation. They didn't even escape. Let a couple more thousand years go by before they tried to cover this shit up. This is some shit that's right around the corner. You ain't too far from the plantation. You still got the trauma and everything. You talking about stand back, master. I got it.
Hey.
I got this. Hey, everybody, slavery didn't happen. And you still here in the same spot, not too far from it, talking about it didn't happen.
Yeah.
It's too ridiculous.
Especially them genealogies that I see. The last known records on a plantation. Like they're literally on a plantation, and they probably didn't live too far after that. So it's like, dude, all the Indian or the Native Americans were gone, and your family is working on the same damn plantation.
Yeah, man. It's amateur night with y'all, man. Definitely. But with that said, fellas, I'm gonna go ahead and close out, man. It's getting late, man. Y'all can go ahead and close it out with some words, man. I'll shut it down, man. Thank y'all for coming on the show. Hey, look, y'all make sure y'all look at value 1 through 5. We got some good work out there. Go ahead, check that out. Follow Mo Facts. Follow Mr. Robinson on TikTok and on YouTube. Make sure y'all check out Mo's book. That man been working hard on that. So I'm gonna go ahead and give him a little promo on this joint too. So y'all do all of that. All right. Go and close out, fellas.
Hey, y'all. Hey, check your emails for them tracking numbers. We sent those out. The first batch is out. I'm sending some more tomorrow. Y'all stay up to date with everything. Come to these presentations. Get some clips. If you catch any books, let us know what these books are. If there's any new claims coming out, let us know what it is. Don't be reporting and blocking people in lives. Let that shit. If they being disrespectful, go ahead and do it. But let that information get out. Don't ever stop someone. Like, because I look at it, in my personal opinion, I look at it as people are stopping them from exposing themselves. If I stop you and block you and report you and all that, then nobody's going to know what the hell you're doing to the community. You're just going to go to Discord and what's the other Kicker or whatever the fuck the apps, Clapper and shit. They're going to go somewhere and hide and do it. I like that they're doing this out in the open on popular platforms because they can be challenged in the open. You see? So I know it gets kind of heated in the comments and all that, but just remember that we trying to educate people, so we can't help them hide their lives. We want to have that shit out in the open as much as we can, because as you can see, we can't get them to come over here. But thanks for showing up, y'all. Y'all stay tuned for the next one. Keep up the support. Love y'all. Peace, peace.
Yes, yes.
I want to say thank you for having me.
All day.
I hope everybody can see, the information that we try to, put out there and bring more awareness to, different histories, especially Native American as well as the African history. And always remember, when you see questionable things, either bring it to the live, the Q&A in the chat, or you can always just, shoot me out a message. Shoot any, I'm not going to speak for y'all, but I'm pretty sure we're all of the same mind. Just shoot us a message. We'll share the videos. We'll take a look at it and then kind of tailor to address these issues. Got to stay on it. Can't let these things keep going. We've let it go on for far too long, I guess, So definitely thank you for the support. Got a new one coming up soon. Just working on the final kinks. And then Can't Trust These People, number 11. Should be a good one. Just working out some, just a few things. So y'all have a good night, and I will see y'all soon. Peace to y'all.
Peace out, Mr. Robinson. Peace out, man. The brother is like a damn, he like the hitman. He's the hitman, yo. He's the real bully, y'all. Y'all watch out for that man. I'm telling you, watch out. Y'all think Mo and me and Suit and all the bullies, he is the real bully. He is the Broad Street of all bullies right now, fam. I'm telling you, he is the Broad Street of all bullies right now, fam. Look, thank you guys for hanging out with us tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I really do. To support the team, you can go ahead to portcityvibe.com. Go ahead and get you something nice. We got the online store on there for you. And we'll appreciate any support that you guys can send our way. Helps with the books, helps, keep this thing going, helps with the equipment so that we can give you guys a quality show. So we appreciate it. I just want to send a shout out to everybody that has supported the team in each way, whether it's a comment or donations or whatever. I want to say thank you guys for getting us up. You guys keep us motivated. So I just want to send a special shout out to you guys. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna close out. We're gonna get this thing closed out. You know how I do with the little closeout music. Shout out to Lily, shout out to Val, Sharonda, Patrice, all y'all in the chat. I see y'all. Peace, peace, peace. You guys hold the show down all the time. You know what I'm saying? I can't speak enough about these young ladies, sisters, queen sisters. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and close out with the music, yo. And like I said, support the team at portcityvibe.com. We appreciate all of y'all support. I'm out. Peace, 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 y'all.
Let us roll.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers. I'm gonna tell you something straight off the motherfucking press. I ain't coming for no foolishness.